Franklin County Circuit Court is now in session with the Honorable Kwame Rowe presiding.
Thank you. Good morning. You may be seated.
Your Honor, calling People versus Ethan Crumbley, case number 2022-279-506 FC.
Thank you. Appearances for the record.
Karen McDonald on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan.
Thank you, Mark Keith, on behalf of people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Paulette Michelle Lofton on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Amy Hopp on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Good morning, Your Honor. Deborah H. McKelvey, court-appointed lawyer, guardian ad litem for Ethan Crumbley.
Thank you. And good morning to you all. You may be seated. Thank you. With that, today's date and time set for sentencing in this matter. I'll start with the defense. Defense, did you have an opportunity to read the PSI and discuss it with your client?
Yes, we did.
Any challenges, changes, or corrections that need to be made to the pre-sentence investigation report?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. People, any challenges, changes, or corrections that need to be made to the pre-sentence investigation report?
Thank you, Judge. Just one. Page 6 of the evaluation of the plan, there is one misspelling of a victim's name. He's a minor, so I let probation know the correct spelling. I believe Mr. Kaplan will make the changes. That's page 6, evaluation of the plan, and throughout the report, Judge.
Thank you. We will make those changes, please, Mr. Kaplan. With that, any
Nothing
further?
else. Thank you.
Thank you. MDOC, any updates to the report?
Nothing, Your Honor. Jeffrey Kaplan, appearing on behalf of the Department of Corrections.
Thank you. With that, the court understands that there are several identified victims that may wish to speak in this case. Before we get started with that process, I am going to advise the media that you are not to record in any way, shape, or form any of the minors' faces. And so the prosecutor will let me know before they are called, and I will instruct the media, do not record their faces under any circumstances. Also, to the entire courtroom, including the media, please do not use your cell phones in the courtroom. Use of your cell phones will result in your cell phone being taken. This is a formal proceeding, and so I do not want anyone using their cell phones in this proceeding. Also, I understand that this is a very emotional hearing, and I am aware of that, and I am aware of the emotional situation and the emotions that may become apparent in this case during this hearing. There is a composure room that is outside of this courtroom. My staff can advise you where that room is. If you all need to step out at any point to regain your composure, we need to make sure we protect the integrity of these proceedings. And so if you need to step out, feel free to step out. There is a room that you all can go into. With that, people, you may call the first person that wishes to make a victim impact statement.
Thank you, Judge. Nicole Beausoleil will be speaking first, Judge.
Thank you.
Nicole is the mother of Madison Baldwin.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. If you could please state your full name for the record.
Nicole Beausoleil?
Thank you. And is there something you wish to state to the court this morning?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may proceed, ma'am.
Good morning, Your Honor. Madison Baldwin, a name that most didn't know prior to this horrific act, but now a name that everyone has come to love. A name that has brought so much joy to the world. Your Honor, I know you haven't had the privilege to know her, only of what you've heard. She is an old soul, wiser beyond her years. At only 17, she has taught me more than I could ever thank her for. Having her young myself, she made me the mother I am today. She gave me the courage to be stronger. A few key things about Madison was her laughter, contagious smile, intelligence, passion, kindness, fearless drive, and determination. She is a light when you need it most. When the world gets dark, she's the stars. that small beacon of light that is so far to see, but up close burns like wildfire. At times I catch myself missing these characteristics, worried that I might forget them, but then I realize she's here. Madison lives in all of us. Her legacy remains, her kindness continues, now and forever. She will always be the heartbeat of our family. On November 30th, 2021, is a day that has forever changed my life. It burns into my body like a cigarette burn. Enough to scar, but always a constant reminder. The day I found out that my daughter's life was taken. A life that was still so young and full of life. After that day, she became a statistic, a victim, a planned act of tragedy. How could my daughter be summarized in such intrusive manner? How could these now be her associations? I would like you to know that these accusations are false. I will not allow her name to be followed by the phrase Oxford shooting victim. She will be remembered by her name, a name that is loved unconditionally, one that has no hidden remark. The strong name we gave her, Madison. When I received word that the school was under attack, my daughter had already been gone for over an hour. This I didn't know while driving into a designated area pretty much on autopilot, waiting for the unknown. As I paced the Myers asking where my daughter was, all I received was blank stares. As the remaining kids reunited with their families, we were left there in silence, waiting for the answers that we are still waiting for. Next thing I hear, can the family of Madison Baldwin follow me? As I walked into the room, I felt this chill come across my body, so cold that I felt it in my bones. I pleaded not to go in, but following command, the words we heard were, I don't have good news on these 3 children. They are deceased. The sheer blunt statement could destroy you to the core. I was completely paralyzed. I felt every scream that came from my body. I felt every breath I took was fading. My mind was in a state of dementia, and then my body drops to the floor. We were literally suffocating together in disbelief. Replaying those words in my head, within seconds, I thought, did I hear them right? I was definitely misinformed. The sobs came from a deep part in me. Tears soaked the cold floor I laid on. I managed a few calls, but conversations I've blocked out. Leaving for the substation, I stared out the window, looking for her, but replaying those words in my head. My mind and heart were literally in 2 different places. The rest of the night was excuse after excuse on why I couldn't be taken to my daughter. I needed to see her. I needed to prove that the information was not meant for me, but all I was offered was a table the next day at the medical examiner's office to identify her. Getting back home felt like forever. I had to tell her 11-year-old sister at the time that her best friend was gone. Peyton's screams will forever haunt me. And when she asked me that simple question, why? As a mom, I didn't have the answer. The next morning, I was on my way to prove somebody wrong at the medical examiner's office. In my head, it wasn't going to be her. As I walked down the corridor, I entered into a room with a steel door and a small glass window. I couldn't move my feet. I couldn't get close enough to look. But when I remembered, I was there to prove somebody wrong. I looked through the glass. My scream should have shattered it. My daughter's lifeless body was laying on a cold metal gurney. I remember her hand laying out from underneath the sheet, and her fingernails were blue. Blood smeared in her hair. and they made sure I saw her from a side that was more acceptable for a grieving mother. That was not my daughter. Madison was far from lifeless. As I banged on the door demanding to touch her, I lost my ability to stand. I was dragged away from her. I was not allowed to touch my own daughter. I was not allowed to hold her hand and just let her know I was there. It's a feeling that no parent should ever feel. But that's my baby. I deserved the right to be with her, but I was not allowed. Instead, I was dragged away from her, screaming like a toddler, saying profanities in the most ignorant way. That is when I realized I could no longer deny it. I didn't want to admit I was wrong. I didn't want to visualize a moment without her. I didn't want to believe she was gone. But it hit me like a semi-truck. I knew her dreams were no longer the future, but only dreams. Your Honor, I thank you for the dedication to this infuriating act. I admire your knowledge of the law and the stance onto listening to all, keeping your composure and consistency throughout this sentencing. I thank you for the clear representation of your courtroom. I thank you for the countless hours that this has taken from you and your family's life to give the best possible judgment. I thank you for being a human being. To the prosecution and advocates, Karen, Mark, David, and countless others, I thank you for the constant efforts to keep my daughter's legacy alive. The righteous hours, the rigorous hours that have consumed you, your nonstop actions to make sure all facts are given appropriately, your compassion for our family. Jen, my advocate, and others, advocates, I thank you for picking me up on some of my worst days and moments that I thought my life was not valuable, keeping me sane during every moment, even when weakness was at its worst. You all have remembered my daughter and kept her spirit alive in the most prestigious manner. Thank you for taking away from your life to get justice for her life. And lastly, thank you for doing the unthinkable, the tragic, the raw, the vulnerable, and infuriating moments when I know it breaks you inside to make sure that we are the slightest bit okay, to make sure we continue, that we remember, and that we keep fighting for justice. To the waste that took my daughter's life, that name will never come out of my mouth. That life will cease to exist to me, and just like trash, it will be forgotten. So while the attention that he has been seeking for this horrendous crime, you will get no reaction from me. But again, this is the life he chose. If he really wanted to make a different outcome, he wouldn't continue to make the excuses he does now. The suffering will come when he least expects it. The regret will consume you as you sit alone with the only voices in your head. Guilt would eat away at your soul. This might not happen tomorrow, next year, or 10 years, but it will happen. As you get older, you will realize the path you've chosen, and it will haunt you. Just like the idol that you admire so much, both of you forgotten in the system. And when these emotions flood into your body like you're bleeding out, no one will be there to save you. No one will forgive you. Your hand will no longer be held as you claim insanity. Your outburst for attention will go unnoticed. No one will love you, and no one will come. As I don't wish death upon you, that would be too easy. I hope the thoughts consume you and they replay over and over in your head. The thoughts won't stop. I'm sure you heard that paraphrase before. I hope the screams keep you up at night and they cause real hallucinations. You won't be able to write it on paper for the attention that you so badly seek. Those four walls become your home, suffocating in guilt. It will come, I promise you. I'm happy you decided not to be a coward that day and take your own life, I'd much rather you stick around to see what the life you have chosen for, what suffering really feels like, and that your significance is not above anyone else. I truly feel sorry for you that you thought this would be a better life choice. So, Your Honor, I have chosen forgiveness. We live in a world where forgiveness is not deserved but needed. Forgiveness, a word that holds so much controversy. What does it really mean? To me, forgiveness is an encouragement. It encourages me to forgive the things that are out of my control. I have chosen to forgive for myself. In some that might seem weak or giving in, it's my new journey with Madison, because honestly, that is who she was and that is what she would have done. I no longer carry that burden. It does not define me, it does not define her, or it does not define our family. I forgive myself for the grief that at times felt like multiple stab wounds, but managed to survive. I forgive myself for the weak moments of fear of the world around me. The time it's taken from my family and loved ones, time I will never get back. I forgive myself for not allowing joy and happiness in my life, to reflect and to learn. I forgive myself for any anger that raged inside me and I took out on the ones I love, in hopes that this would destroy me or suffering would be unbearable. You failed. I'm so much stronger than you, and your weakness consumes you. I don't choose to forgive the destructive nature that caused her death. Forgiving is a choice. I choose not to forgive you for the choice you made. This is exactly what you wanted. This is not a life that I would ever want to live. What this has done is ignited the light that I thought I lost. Madison's light. Your Honor, I hope you stamp his faith with whatever fate that might be, to continue to live the life sentence that he researched. That his life sentence is the same as my life sentence I received. As a life sentence that I cannot escape from. Day by day passes, I hope his life seems more meaningless, lost and forgotten. So when my time comes, and I will never worry if our paths or fates will ever meet again, but when our true day of judgment comes, my justice will be served. That his life sentence will continue so that he may live in his own personal prison for eternity, with no one waiting for him. I can only wish him the best on his new life and the repercussions that follow. Your Honor, as I close this chapter and I start a new one, I would like to make one thing clear. These actions did not break me. I am not broken. I am just rearranging the pieces. I am surviving each day, navigating this journey, celebrating the good and learning from the bad, choosing happiness, forgiving when needed and when it's deserved. I am living. I'm living because of my baby girl, Madison. Thank you.
First off, sorry for your loss. Thank you for your statements this morning. It showed a lot of strength and courage, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. People, you may call the next individual that wishes to make a victim impact statement. Thank you, Judge.
Take that.
Mr. Buckmeyer is Tate's father, and Trent will be speaking as well as Tate's brother.
Thank you.
Tate's picture. Right front of the class.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Fine. Thank you. Good morning, sir. If you could, please state your full name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Buck Muir. I'm Tate Muir's father.
Thank you for being here, sir. Is there something you wish to address with the court this morning?
Yes.
Thank you. You may proceed, sir.
So, as I kind of prepared for this, I wrote a victim impact statement earlier, a couple months ago, and wrote another one last night. Not sure if I'm going to really read this one, but I want to start first with just a little bit of the story. So the morning of November 30th, I was working from home, and my wife was working in Lake Orion, and I was on a conference call, and I heard some sirens in the background, and really didn't think much of it, but they were not going away, and they were getting louder. And I got a call from my wife, and she told me about what was going on at the school. So I got done with my conference call and started making my way to the school, and texted Tate a couple times, called him, no response. So then we get to Meyer, and I met my wife there, and you know, as all the kids are filing into Meyer, Sherry and I are both walking around looking for Tater, and I had a feeling something didn't feel right to me, and so as people started to, as kids and parents started slowly fading out of Meyer, I grabbed our athletic director, who was at Meyer, and said, "Where's Tate? Have you seen Tate?" And he looked at me and he said, "No." But he knew, but he couldn't tell me. He wasn't the one to tell me. So as we're wandering around Meyer, asking everybody if they've seen Tate, we got summoned to the manager's office at Meyer, and were delivered the news that Tate wasn't with us anymore. And the thing that stands out to me was what my wife said. She put her head in her hands and it said, "Not my baby boy." So, we walk out of the room in shock, not really sure if what we heard was real and true. So we had to make our calls to Trent and Ty, and I can't remember who I called and who Sherry called, but I didn't know how to say it. I don't know. I can't remember who it was, Trent or Ty, who I talked to, and I didn't know how to soften it, and I basically said Tate was killed, and so the boys came to Meyer, and we we left as a family to go home, and when we got home, we were just a bunch of zombies, and we were kind of walking around. And believe it or not, we cooked dinner that night, and had a couple visitors. And as we kind of are working our way through this process, it's been quite a journey. I can tell you that. The one thing that is love is obviously absent from our family, because there's no joy. When you have joy, it's easy to love. So, me and my wife are trying to figure out how to save our marriage and how to save our family. And we didn't even do anything to each other. So, as we navigate these treacherous waters, we try to honor Tate, and because we know he's looking down on us, and I know he's not very proud with how his dad is handling this. But his dad's fighting, his mom's fighting, and his brothers are fighting. So I'll read a little bit of this victim impact statement here. This is kind of yesterday just came and went. Today has dealt us another hand of heartaches that we'll have to play. For the past 2 years, our family has been navigating our way through complete hell. Tears filled with pain, they fall like rain. We wear the pain like a heavy coat, constant reminders every day. Every hour is the darkest time of the day. I understand from journal entries this was desired outcome, for us to feel the pain that you had. I will tell you this, we are miserable. We miss Tate. Our family has a permanent hole in it. It can never be fixed, ever. As we fight and claw our way through this journey, we are realizing that we are completely miserable, and there does not appear to be a way out. So, to this day, you are winning. But today is a day where the tides change. Today, we are going to take ours back. We're all cried out. We're all tired out. We need to take this chip off our shoulder. We've been on this island far too long. We are the prisoner, not you. Nobody else can set us free but us. In life, sometimes what you need is exactly what you fear. We fear forgiveness for your selfish acts. So today, how hard it is, we need to find a way to start working our way to forgiveness. Forgiveness to you, forgiveness to your parents, forgiveness to the school. What other options do we have? Be miserable for the rest of our lives and rob our family of normalcy? Be miserable and rob Trent and Ty of a normal life filled with friends, their future wife and kids, be miserable and rob Sherry and I a happy life that we worked very hard for and earned? Believe me, we will never forget about you, ever. We want you to spend the rest of your life rotting in your cell. What you stole from us is not replaceable. But what we won't let you steal from us is a life of normalcy. And we'll find a way to get there through forgiveness and through putting good into this world. I'm sure you've heard about our peer-to-peer mentoring program we started, 42 Strong, the Tate Meir Foundation. We launched it after the tragedy in honor of our Tater. He was an amazing kid. He loved to give. He loved to serve. Went to the same elementary school as you. You knew him. But there's good that's going to come from this. And the good is kids are going to have a buddy. They're going to have somebody to lean on, a peer they can trust and love and build a relationship with. Trust, love, build. Tate left the roadmap for us, all of us. He left that roadmap from the people he learned from. Mom and Dad, Trent and Ty, his teachers, his coaches, his neighbors. So if we can all make the effort, and if we take the time, maybe we can leave this much behind. So I'm going to stand here by your fire because it's cold. It's a cold one tonight. And I'll be taking care of Soul Fight.
Thank you for your comments this morning, sir. And I've read a litany of victim impact statements, and your son had an extremely positive impact on his community. So thank you for being here, sir.
Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Trent will be speaking as well, Tate's brother.
Thank you. Sir, if you wish, you can stand with your son if you wish to. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
If you could, please state your full name for the record.
Trent Meir.
Thank you, and good morning, sir. Is there a statement that you wish to share with the court?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Trent Meir. I'm the eldest brother of Tate Meir. On November 30th, my brother, a friend, a teammate, was taken from our lives far too soon. This loss is hard for me to put into words. It has affected my every decision, every thought, for every single day over the last 2 years. I could never escape the thoughts, the loss, the grief, the what-ifs. What would life be like right now? Where would Tate be going to school? What memories would we have made together? Now, I just have to wonder, what would it have been like? My future kids can't meet their uncle. My parents can't watch one of their sons grow up. I won't get to have Tate as groomsman. Ty and Ag can't get a cabin with our brother. These are the thoughts that I have every single day. This event has put a halt on the world. My family will never be the same, but we'll have to learn how to live with it. We cry, we grieve, we don't know what to feel. Sometimes we don't want to do anything. We don't even want to get out of bed. It is always there, impacting us every single day. It has affected my relationships with my family, my close friends, my girlfriend. Nobody gets what we have gone through, and I hope to God no one does. I see someone that looks shady in public, I think of the 30th. I have someone behind me, I go in a public area. Almost everything is a trigger to what happened to my brother, and it makes me think of him. I've gone to therapy, talked with friends and family. It sometimes seems like nothing will help to make this pain go away, and I know that nothing will bring my brother back because he is gone. I am asking that the shooter gets the maximum penalty. This coward took actions knowing the consequences and effects it would have on people and this community. He did not care. He took the selfless action of taking 4 lives away. He took 4 kids' opportunities to grow into incredible young men and women, and he should never have the opportunity to see the light. He waived his right and opportunity when he took the lives away of those 4 beautiful souls. I pray that justice will be served. I believe that the right ruling will be made, one that reflects the magnitude of pain and loss caused by his actions. I pray that through this, my family, our community, and the other 3 families can find a measure of healing and closure. I know that love and community will prevail against evil. So while you sit there rotting and suffering for the rest of your life, you will learn to find joy, happiness, and normalcy, and let Tate's legacy live on forever. Thank you.
Thank you. And as I told your father, you had an amazing brother, so thank you for your statements, and thank you all for sharing his story with the court. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, people. You may call your next person.
Okay.
Good morning, sir. If you could, please state your full name for the record and spell your last name.
Good morning. My name is Craig Schilling, Shilling.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, sir. Is there a statement that you wish to make?
Yes, Your Honor. But before I make my written statement, I'd like to have a candid moment with y'all to try and directly convey to you that this statement has been the hardest thing I've ever written in my life. You guys have the condensed version, 15 minutes or so, but it took me months and months and months, and I've swam through raw emotions trying to get this done. Thank you for letting me be here.
Oh, absolutely, sir. Thank you.
I will begin now. Honorable Judge Rowe. I am here before you today as a direct result of the horrible crimes that were committed back on November 30th, 2021, the day that my son was murdered. For the longest time, and for reasons I do not care to mention here today, I did not know if I was going to be able to do this. You see, on that day, my life was torn apart, and for a while thereafter, I struggled with dark thoughts and found myself completely lost in a seemingly endless sea of raging emotions with no care as to what happened to me. And grief had consumed me and has squeezed out every bit of joy and happiness in my life. Still, today it's uncertain if I'll find my way back. The events that took place that day have rocked 3 generations of my family and has altered our future forever. These days, there's not much happiness in the holidays. Birthdays and those milestones days don't carry with them the special feeling they always used to. Life used to flow with some sort of rhythm and balance, and the continuity within our family was evident. There were gatherings, vacations, and fun-filled events. What I feel most would deem your typical family situation. That continuity and all that came with it were lost on the day that my son was murdered. Like a severed electrical line, the flow was no longer there. Instead, we've fallen into the darkness, still in shock and total disbelief over the fact that this actually happened to us. Completely blindsided, we've been carrying on with more questions than answers and left to deal with the deluge of emotions we've never experienced before. One could venture to say that there are no words that can accurately describe the pain that we feel on a daily basis. I have PTSD and struggle most days to even get out of bed. Anxiety, stress, sleepless nights, and uncontrolled emotional outbreaks make even the simplest and most normal things difficult. Scattered thoughts, raw emotions, and that uncomfortable elephant in the room feeling I get with everyone I interact with cause substantial uneasiness and affect everything I do. The things I used to find enjoyment in are no longer reliable in that respect, and are done to merely have a feeling of something normal. Golfing, bowling, ball games, hunting, fishing, camping, kayaking are just a few of the activities I used to do with Justin that seemingly will never have the same effects on me based solely on the fact that he's not there to do them with me. I've always operated on the premise that if you get the kids into the things that you like to do, that you'll have those things in common forever, and will always have a way to spend some quality time together. Even if it's just for a quick 9 or an hour on the boards blowing out a few pockets. Father's Day foursomes with my 3 kids out on a link was something I've been looking forward to for a long time but will never have. This unfair reality is something I will never get over. Day-to-day life goes on for so many, but in the clutches of grief and heartache, the difficulties are real and have so many side effects. It almost feels like time slows down and everything around you speeds up. It's been 2 years already, but feels much like yesterday. I still find myself waiting up for him to get home from work so we can get a few minutes to chat, as it was often the only time we'd have that chance to. It's unbearable to know that he's never going to walk through that door. Never in a million years did I think that something like this was going to happen to me. Although we all know the unfortunate real possibility that this can happen to anyone, anywhere, anytime, there's absolutely no way you can prepare yourself for this level of pain. It doesn't matter how much you think you've prepared, or how strong you are, or how big your support network is, you have this level of pain, and it's truly debilitating, and it takes you out. Having seen news reports and documentaries on tragedies of this nature, I don't feel it uncommon at all to watch in horror and disbelief that something like this could actually happen. And I've done what I believe many others have done, and that's have thoughts of how I might feel or act if something like this ever happened to me. Well, now that it has happened, I can 100% assure you that the worst thoughts or feelings you may have do not hold a candle to how it actually feels. For centuries, man has exploited the fragile nature of the human being, and over the years have developed many, many ways to inflict pain, torture, and kill. Millions and millions of human beings have met their fates by way of such devices. As we have all learned in school, there is a full spectrum of reasoning behind these perversions. Although throughout history, those reasons have been widely understood, the sheer brutality of senseless violence has never sat well with the human psyche. So we have evolved till now, and in our modern society we have established laws and regulations to essentially protect ourselves from ourselves. However, as is seemingly always the case, there are those, for reasons we may never know, who wish to defy the now widely recognized and agreed upon state of human decency and continue to commit such senseless acts of violence. In my opinion, it takes a deeply disturbed individual to leave the compass of basic human decency. The act of taking another human being's life is not only exasperating but extremely selfish and unjust. I believe that once an individual crosses the boundaries of basic humanism and admittingly maliciously kills another person, that individual should meet the same fate. Unfortunately, based on the laws that govern our land, this has been deemed inhumane and is widely frowned upon in modern society. So in lieu of execution, I feel strongly that the individual should never be allowed to walk among his peers again. And this is why I'm going to ask you to lock this son of a bitch up for the rest of his pathetic life. His blatant lack of human decency and disturbing thoughts on life in general do not in any way warrant a second chance. My son doesn't get a second chance, and neither should he. This individual has proven by carrying out these heinous and completely unnecessary acts of violence that he should never be considered fit to rejoin a society that despises this exact behavior. His very name should be condemned, recognized only by his cowardly, vile, and malicious defiance of human law. Now, with all that being said, I'd like to direct my comments toward this disgusting individual I speak of. He sits across the room from me at this very moment, dressed in orange, emotionless. Although I'm sure he may have a half-baked idea of just what I'd like to do to him, I'm not quite sure he has adequately envisioned the exact nature of this idea. I'd really like an opportunity to physically show him how much pain he has caused me and my family. But in a civilized society, governed by complex laws such as ours, this type of display is not permitted. But you can rest assured, you piece of shit, that baby bird screams would pale in comparison to the screams that you would exude if I were only able to show you. But luckily for you, they won't let me. So I will hope, with every bit of hope I have left, that with every passing thought or memory you have about what you've done, you remember my statement, and take time to imagine it happening and recognize it in the worst way possible. I've tried to put myself in your shoes, and over tried to imagine what could have possibly been so horrible in your life to have caused you to commit these crimes. I actually thought long and hard, and can come up with no logical explanation. The fact is that what you did was reprehensible and completely unnecessary. You see, we use things called words to convey our thoughts, our concerns, and our opinions. Sometimes those words we share with, sometimes those who we share our words with don't hear them or choose to not listen. But this is no reason to throw a tantrum and do the wrong thing. You simply have to speak louder and to more people until you get the results you desire. Life is not easy in any sense of the word. It often feels cruel and unfair. But what you have obviously overlooked is the fact that life is the most precious gift each and every one of us receive, and you have completely wasted yours. You said you wanted to be remembered as a person who committed the biggest shooting in Michigan history, and this may be true. But I will have it entered on file at this time, on this day, for the world to know forever that Ethan Crumbley should be remembered as the biggest coward in Michigan history, an individual who unfairly preys upon unsuspecting and helpless lives without the courage to meet their same fate. A truly detestable and ignominious excuse of human being. Now, my last words for you before I conclude is that I truly hope your new roommates welcome you in properly and show you the kind of treatment you can only get on the inside, as it's clearly all you've ever wanted. And it is my hope that there is some kind of pain involved. I also think that as you rot away, lamenting over your wasted life, you should take time to ponder the fact that though you may have taken 4 lives, the selfless gesture of organ donation by my son saved at least 5 lives, thus overshadowing your delusions of grandeur and effectively nullifying all that you feel you've accomplished. Stew in that for a while, and maybe you'll realize that as long as there are good people in the world, willing to selflessly give of themselves to help others, evil will never triumph. My final thoughts are directed towards everyone else. It is with every bit of my heart that I offer all who have helped my family over the course of the last couple of years the sincerest thank you. The sheer magnitude of humanitarianism and goodwill that came in from all over the world has been humbling, and has gone a long way to showing me there is still good out there. I strongly believe that it resides within each and every one of us, and that it is our responsibility as human beings to let our goodness shine onto everyone we interact with, whether we like them or not. Because the way we treat each other, both directly and indirectly, affects the lives of more people than you can imagine. Not to mention, it's simply easier to do. I beg of you all, please be kind to one another and put your energy towards walking the path of the righteous and do your part to help eliminate these types of tragedies. Thank you for listening this morning. I wish you all the very best.
Thank you, sir. And I know that that wasn't easy for you, so thank you for your statements this morning. They did not fall on deaf ears, and I am very sorry for your loss, sir. Thank you. People, you may call the next person that wishes to make a victim impact statement.
Jill Sobe's next, Justin's mother.
Thank you. Thank you, and good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
If you could, please state your full name for the record.
Yes, Jill Suave.
Thank you. You may proceed with your statement this morning.
Thank you. Honorable Judge Kwame Rowe, first please allow me to thank you for your time and dedication to this case. I know it's been deeply disturbing and horrific. Thank you also to Karen McDonald and the entire prosecution as well. I am asking you, Your Honor, to please sentence the shooter to life without the possibility of parole on behalf of my son, Justin Schilling. Your Honor, it's almost impossible to find the human words to describe my grief, pain, trauma, and rage. The manner in which my son Justin was so cold-heartedly, methodically executed shows clearly the pure evil and malice of the shooter. For this act alone, Your Honor, he deserves life without parole. No mother should have to put her child in the ground. On the eve of Justin's burial, I had my phone ready to call 911 as I feared that I was having a heart attack. It's only by the grace of God that I am still here with us today. In my letter to you, Your Honor, I have detailed the extent of my trauma as well. Justin's siblings, Nathan and Clay, were robbed of much of their youth, their innocence, their joy. Their beloved middle brother, Justin, their shared future memories and possibilities with Justin, holidays, weddings, birthdays. As their mother, I am beyond infuriated for the pain and their suffering. Clay, who was only 15, was hiding in the school that day as well, fearing for his life and worrying about Justin's. Justin's grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins, all have suffered an unimaginable loss, as Justin was and is so very loved and cherished by his entire family. Justin had such an impact on his many beloved friends, teammates, co-workers of all ages, and people in the community. My heart breaks for their pain and trauma as well. Justin was happy, humble, hardworking, grateful, stylish, funny, smart, loving, thoughtful, and empathic. He never complained and always made time to lift others up, bringing out the best in everyone who knew and loved him. He didn't deserve to die this way. Justin was a lettered athlete, a top honor student, and lived by the golden rule. Do unto others as you'd have them do unto you. He was so excited to graduate and planned on attending Oakland University. We did a tour in the fall of 2021, and we talked about his plans to major in business. He wanted to move out with his friends and even considered getting a real estate license. He was so motivated and focused. His future was so bright and full of possibilities. Justin would have been an amazing father,
children loved him and gravitated toward his big heart. He was such a gentleman and so very loving towards me and all women, never letting me pump my own gas or hold my own door. He will always be my little sweetheart. Justin spent his final moments protecting Keegan and saved 6 more lives with his gift of organ donation. May his light and legacy live on forever. Now, Your Honor, I would like to share what I would like the shooter to know. You may have ended Justin's life on this plane, but you did not in any way affect his soul. You don't have the power to do that. You may have caused the pain and terror as you intended to do, but you did not destroy us. There is more love and light in this world because of the legacies of Justin, Tate, Hannah, and Madison. I don't focus on hating you, but I also don't feel a drop of pity towards you. I don't feel anything towards you. You're nothing to me. You don't even exist. While you rot in jail, we will push on. And we will do so many good things in the world, spreading so much love and kindness in honor of our angels. You are facing the consequences of your actions here in this court of law, but you will also face your demons in the afterlife, and there is no escaping that. I pray that you serve as a deterrent and as an example for other lost souls who seek fame by taking innocent lives. You didn't win. You're not famous. It didn't turn out as you had hoped. The media will forget about you. They will move on. I know you're miserable, and it's only going to get worse as the reality does set in. But we are only going to get better. More healed, more loved, and more loving towards others, more peaceful and more full of grace. And one last thing I do want you to know. If you were that lonely, that miserable, that lost, and you really needed a friend, Justin would have been your friend if you had only asked him. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And also, I'm very sorry for your loss. Thank you for your statements this morning. Again, I know that's not easy to do, especially in a packed courtroom, so thank you very much for being here, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Your Honor, we have Steve and Raina and Juliana, Hannah's father and sister.
Thank you. Is there going to be a minor involved?
No pressure.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Could you please tell me your name?
I'm Raina St. Juliana.
Thank you. And sir, what is your name for the record as well?
Steve St. Juliana.
Thank you. And is there a statement you wish to share with the court this morning?
Yes, I have mine and then our mother's as well. St. Juliana.
Absolutely. You may proceed.
So this is our mom's statement. Hannah was the best version of me. We were similar in the things that we liked and the things we didn't like. She loved doing fun things and making things fun for those around her. On the days I was not feeling good, Hannah would make sure to put a drink next to my pillow, cook for the family, and not only do the dishes, but also make the kitchen super clean, just how she knew I liked it. Almost all Christmas presents were Hannah's ideas because she knew what everyone in our family liked. When we went shopping for it together, our carts would always come back brimming to the top. Our carts would always come back brimming to the top. Even when Noah was little, she adored him from the start. She would make sure to stay up late and hide the elf on the shelf creatively for him to find in the morning. She would practice soccer with him. She would always pay attention and take care of him. And with her older sister, they became best friends. Together, the both of them gave Noah advice to help him become a wonderful person. Hannah was always thinking about our family and always extended those thoughts to everyone around her as well. She lifted all of our spirits. She was going to dress up fall in love, go on dates, go to college, get married, start a family, take a bunch of vacations, eat a ton of good food, one day live near me, and I would watch her kids. And for Christmas, everyone would meet at Hannah's house, and from there on, she was always going to bring her family together. On that day, not only was my loving daughter's life taken, but all of my family's future was taken as well. Since that day, all of our lives have drastically changed. Now, in my daily life, whenever I see a pair of sisters, I am sad. When I see other siblings getting along, I am sad. When I see other mothers and daughters, I am sad. When I see other families having a good time, I am sad. When I see others her age having fun, I am sad. Every moment, every day, every experience, I think of Hannah and I am sad. Anything I do, even when I have a good moment, I am sad. I am sad in the spring, in the summer, in the fall, in the winter, during Easter, Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and all holidays. Even when I have a happy moment, all I think about is if Hannah were here, and it blankets everything in sadness and heartbreak. To make sure that I don't sink any more into the sadness, I try not to pay attention to my surroundings. Even having to complete my daily tasks each day makes my heart hurt. It takes everything out of me to ensure that the last thought of me doesn't break. On that day when my special Hannah was taken from us, we fell to our lowest point, hit the darkest bottom we didn't even know existed. To live a life without Hannah, our brightest light. Having to continue carrying the most soul-crushing pain forever. For the rest of our lives, we have to live our worst nightmare. When I think of Hannah, the phrase sad does not capture the pain I feel or the way my whole heart aches. So my rare moments of relief are times when I don't have to think about her. On top of the daughter I love being gone, when I remember my memories with Hannah, it feels like a stab to my heart, and my tears will not stop falling. It is unfair that thinking about Hannah is so excruciating, it makes my crying endless. I know that no amount of crying will bring Hannah back, so I breathe in and out trying to hold my heart together. But I know that the days my eyes are dry will never come. By doing just enough to scrape by, in the morning, in the afternoon, at night, on sunny days, rainy days, cloudy days, we continue just surviving each day. This is how we will continue to be, surviving, not living. I am so fearful of another irreplaceable, important person suddenly being taken away right in front of me. I send off my family scared to death each day. Every night I wish that the morning wouldn't come. Every day I think about how nice it would be if I could stop time and stop thinking. For us, our peaceful, happy days with Hannah will never be again. And then, this is my impact statement. I have rewritten this countless of times, and it is never enough. I cannot convey my thoughts into words, nor share even a fraction of my feelings since losing Hannah. To be honest, I have not fully faced my emotions myself. How can I? Hannah is the one I went to for the little things, the big things, and all of the in-betweens. Hannah is my little sister. She is my other half, my favorite person. She completes me, and there's not a single soul I could love more than Hannah. There is not a moment that goes by that I don't think about her. It is unfair to even confine her murder into just the word lost. I never hear her footsteps coming up the stairs anymore. Her bright lights in her room are never on, which also reflects the dullness of our house now. I don't see her napping on the couch, cooking downstairs with my mom, or making TikToks with Noah. The empty seat at the dining table is the loudest silence I have ever heard. And without Hannah in the middle between Noah and I, it emphasizes the space between us. I was decorating the Christmas tree with Hannah in 2021 when I thought to myself, I can't wait for when it's her house that we host the holidays at. I was wondering which clothes I could get away with stealing from her closet when I headed off to college. Wondered if her boyfriend would look like my boyfriend because our tastes in guys were so similar. I was going to finally get my license so we could go thrifting together. If I'm bored in school, I can always just text Hannah to go on a walk together. If I couldn't remember a song, it's okay, because Hannah would remember it. We were going to be the best duo on the lacrosse field. One look and she knows what I'm thinking. One switched Japanese, and we get to talk in our own little world. She'll speak at my wedding as a maid of honor, and I at hers. With Hana by my side, there's nothing I can't do. Instead of speaking at her wedding, I spoke at her funeral. Instead of fishtailing her hair for a game, I curled her hair in a casket. Doesn't matter if I go to her room to steal her clothes, show her an outfit, or ask for advice. I am met with silence and darkness. I pushed off getting my license because what was the point? She's not here to sit in the passenger seat. I couldn't go back to school and finish my high school years. I'd see all of Hana's classmates, my classmates, get their homecoming, their sports games, their prom, and their graduation when Hana doesn't. I refuse to decorate the Christmas tree. That is what we do with Hana. My brother asked me to still continue our traditions, but I can't. I can't be a good sister for him because that is what Hana and I did together. Each day is just going through the motions because apparently we're still supposed to go on. I hate it. I never asked for it. I never want to accept it. Loving Hana shouldn't be this painful, and life isn't supposed to be this paralyzing. I am scared of forgetting Hana. I want my hippocampus to be filled with Hana and Hana only. I don't need new memories, I just want to keep the ones I have. I don't want to meet new people because they aren't Hana. I don't want to wake up in the morning because Hana's not here. I don't want to be happy. Hana is my happy. In my family, we can't say to each other that we miss Hana, even though we feel it in every atom of our body. We love her too much, and those words are too hard. Because if we say that out loud to each other, we all have to face the fact that we have to miss her forever. It's not an instance where we can wait for her to come back. It is the rest of our lifetime without her. I thought, of course, because we cannot even bear to share our pain with each other, we also won't with those around us, which is why people can ask us how we are doing. If they knew that it doesn't get better, they would never ask that. What I realized is that it seems that they forgot what we were like with Hana. Looking back at pictures, I have not seen my dad smile like that, where joy radiates off of him. I haven't seen Noah so alive, without the bags under his eyes, and I haven't seen my mom so carefree, without holding her breath every second. There are no words to capture her incandescence, humor, thoughtfulness, wit, kindness, or loyalty. Hana's always there to support you, hear you, see you. You'd know that. Throwing your head back and laughing at the stupid comment Hana made, you have to feel it. Your mood brightening because of Hana's laughter, you have to hear it. Her colorful Converse, gold jewelry, fun socks, perfect nails, you have to see it. Her kindness was in abundance. She recognizes the smallest details. Her love is unconditional. The warmth she wraps you in is the warmth I cannot live without. I do not want to live without Hana. She brought out the best in all of us. She truly brought out the best in me. So I'm sorry to everyone who now never gets to meet her, because being robbed of that is a tragedy in itself. To know Hana is the greatest gift in life. I'm sorry for everyone who knows her, because trying to meet someone like that again is impossible. I look for Hana in everyone I meet, every place I go. I know how draining that is when you're met with disappointment every time. I am sorry to all of those who only know me without her. Me without Hana is someone I cannot even recognize. I am so sorry, Hana, for leaving that building that day. That is and forever will be my biggest mistake and my biggest regret. I am sorry that I cannot make you feel even a fraction of the world without Hana. If I could, the shooter would be dead. A creature who left Hana lying in her own pool of blood, crying in pain, who went to go shoot her again, does not deserve to take another breath. His parents would never see the light of day. Oxford District employees would be fully held accountable, and we would all be working on a time machine. I want you to remember when you were 14. Can you even? It's such a young age. I want you to think about everything that came after 14. Everything Hana doesn't ever get to experience. She was not supposed to be shot and killed not even 3 months after starting her first day of high school. She was supposed to grow old, just as we all are right now. Experience the beauty of life, not feel its cruelty. The least that can be done for Hana is for it to be ruled life without parole. There is no justice that will ever be enough. However, the first step is to ensure that he never has a chance to take away another life and destroy families ever again. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement, and thank you for sharing your story of your sister. Not only did I read it before today, I also listened very closely to you this morning. So thank you for sharing just a small sliver of who she is. And I am very, very sorry for your loss, but I appreciate your statements this morning. Thank you for being here. Good morning again, sir. Whenever you're ready, you may proceed, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. The defendant envisioned, researched, planned in detail, and then proceeded to execute his plot to murder and terrorize his fellow students. He chose this course of action and carried out these murders simply to make himself feel better. Take a moment to really think about that. He was not acting in self-defense. He did not make a mistake, nor act accidentally. He purposely murdered my daughter, Hannah, and 3 other children in order to make himself feel better. I want to make my position regarding the defendant's sentencing and his future very clear. There can be no forgiveness. There can be no rehabilitation. There is absolutely nothing that the defendant can ever do to earn my forgiveness. His age plays no part. His potential is irrelevant. Ultimately, it is only his choices and his actions that matter. Actions that have consequences, that can never be undone. There is utterly nothing that he could ever do to contribute to society that would make up for the lives that he has so ruthlessly taken. The defendant has indicated that one of his goals was to be able to see and experience the suffering of the families of the children he killed. At first, I refused to feed into this sick and twisted desire by discussing the impact of my daughter's murder on myself and my family. However, after much struggle and introspection, I've come to realize that my need for justice for my daughter completely outweighs any consideration of the defendant's irrelevant desires. Unfortunately, I have also realized that unless you've experienced the loss of a child yourself, there is simply no way for you to truly understand the devastation of the soul that loss causes. It is impossible for me to successfully convey the complete impact of my daughter's loss. Hannah's murder has destroyed a large portion of my very soul. I am a shell of the person I used to be. I think of her and miss her constantly. Every day is a battle to attempt to move forward, a struggle to get out of bed, to go through the motions of everyday life while pretending that things are getting better. Simple everyday sights and actions bring pain as I think of what it should have been like with Hannah there with us. I think of all the good times that we've shared together as a family and mourn all the memories that will never be. I will never think back fondly of her high school and college graduations. I will never walk her down the aisle as she begins the journey of starting her own family. I am forever denied the chance to hold her or her future children in my arms. A few paragraphs of words describing Hannah can in no way fully capture her truly beautiful, caring soul, nor impart her unlimited potential. Hannah was an absolutely beautiful and thoughtful person. She was always the first person to notice when someone has a problem and the first to go out of her way to offer help. She was incredibly curious and talented. She continually tried new things. She crafted homemade jewelry, tried cooking her own recipes, and played several sports. She was a record holder in track and a leader of her school volleyball and basketball teams. She also hoped to join her older sister on the lacrosse team in the spring. Hannah was just beginning to hit her stride academically. She was a straight A student, was fluent in English and Japanese, and was studying Chinese. She conquered everything that she put her mind to doing. Your Honor, I'm relying on your education and life experiences to be able to imagine the incredible loss to the world that Hannah's death has wrought. The lost potential of her life is truly incalculable. Hannah kept a list of potential careers that she was really interested in. I found this on her phone afterwards. Amongst the list, you would find careers such as an immunologist, pharmacist, nurse, physician, and an FBI agent. We will never know how many souls she may have touched, nor what improvements to people's lives her efforts may have resulted in. These opportunities have been forever eradicated. My family and the families of all the victims are depending on you to impose a sentence that is commensurate with this heinous crime. Truly, his life should be forfeit. However, I realize that the law itself will not currently allow this, and the closest that you can come to achieving this is to sentence the defendant to life in prison without parole. This is the minimum that justice demands. I will leave you with a final thought. If it were your child who was killed in such a cowardly manner, would you be satisfied that justice was served with anything less than him spending the rest of his life in prison? Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you for your statements this morning. And again, sir, very sorry for your loss. Your statements did not fall on deaf ears, and so thank you for being here, sir.
Thank you.
To you and your daughter. Thank you. Thank you. People?
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Molly Darnell.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. If you could, please state your full name for the record.
Molly Darnell.
Thank you, and good morning, ma'am. You may proceed with your statement.
It is easier for me to see you as a monster. You made an intentional plan to shatter lives. Because I came within your line of sight, you intended to kill me. Someone you didn't even know. Well, the life that I woke to on December 1st, 2021 was unrecognizable to me. You do not have the power to destroy who I am. In my heart, I still carry love, joy, and hope. I still believe in the power of humanity. There is simply too much good in this world for your actions to destroy that. The betrayal that was done that day goes beyond betraying the students you sat in classrooms with and the students you walked the hall with, the teachers and staff who were there to support you, and the community that you lived in. It extends to educators across the state, to past graduates of Oxford High School, and to the next generation of students and teachers. I have firsthand knowledge of how you disregard and devalue human life. You have proven that you cannot be trusted to live within a free community. The memory of you raising your gun to me and the scar on my arm may exist, but I will continue to live a life full of the human experience because I am the writer of my own story. You may not be glancing my way today, but I know you can hear me. When I consider the collective pain you methodically designed for our school community, I believe that you deserve to spend the rest of your life in jail without parole. You intended to leave my husband a widower and my children motherless. There is no forgiveness for you. But I have found that I do not need to forgive you to live a life full of kindness and compassion for both myself and others. To the media covering this case, my family and I request that you not use the name of this coward or any images during your media coverage. We ask that anyone reading the news about this case avoid clicking links on articles that include his image. Judge Rowe, I want to thank you for providing a safe space for victims in this case. To the officers that surround this room, thank you for your service and commitment to safety. Karen, Mark, David, and the rest of those at the prosecuting attorney's office, thank you for fighting for victims when we did not have the strength to fight ourselves. To the crime victims' rights advocates who helped shepherd us through this process, I will forever be grateful. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, ma'am. Thank you for your statement. And again, I know this was not easy to do this morning, so thank you for sharing with the court your experience.
Thank you.
Thank you. People?
Thank you. One moment.
Sure.
Ms. Kylie Osage, support persons, Deputy Daniel Main.
Thank you. And is Ms. Osage a minor? Mr. Keith?
No.
Thank you. Thank you. And ma'am, if you could please state your name for the record.
Kylie Osage.
Thank you, and good morning to you, ma'am, and good morning to Detective Main as well. With that, you may proceed with your statement this morning, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Kylie Osage. I have attended Oxford Community Schools for my entire life. I often look back at pictures of me and my parents in 2009, walking into my first day of kindergarten. I was so innocent with my Barbie backpack, my Little Pony lunchbox. At the time, I didn't know what a school shooting was. No child should at that age, let alone experience one. I was so innocent on that first day of kindergarten, and that innocence was taken from me 2 years ago. I was a senior at Oxford High School on November 30th, 2021. That day began like any other for me. I drove to Oxford Middle School in the morning, where me and my friend Tate Meir and I were partners for Bully Busters, which was a bullying prevention program. Tate and I spoke to 6th graders about bullying in the school environment and how to prevent it. Afterwards, I drove back to the high school where I took a math test. I ate lunch at the same table that I sat at every single day. I made TikToks with my friends in the hallways. Before my 5th hour class, me and my dear friend Riley Franz and I were standing in the hallway socializing with our peers. And all of a sudden, I thought a balloon popped. I turned and I fell right to the ground. I remember hearing screams
I saw running, but I couldn't run. I was already down. I remember hearing Mr. Wolf make an announcement. I had never heard the halls become silent so fast in my life. Silence was deafening. I was laying on my side, like this, and I realized what had just happened. I was just shot, and I thought I was gonna die. As I laid on the floor, I attempted to get up, but my legs weren't moving. I repeatedly hit my legs with my hands like this, in an attempt to regain any kind of feeling, but not a single thing. I then somehow tried to do a push-up to somehow drag my body to a safe place where I could get some help. But with the weight of my Carhartt jacket and my backpack full of laptops and textbooks, I was unable to do so. It was so painful. I let myself drop back down onto the floor, where I felt warmth on my face, warmth from blood soaking into the carpet. I remember hearing a squish sound against my right ear, and it was the sound of carpet mixed with blood going into my ear. I started yelling for help, but when I say yelling, I mean a shout that was loud enough for someone around me to hear, yet quiet enough for the shooter not to hear me. No one ever came, but I did hear something. I reached my hand over my head, and I realized it was Hannah. I could hear her groaning beside me. Realizing that I wasn't alone, I kept trying to reassure her. Someone will come help us. Don't worry. Just keep breathing. Just please stay with me. I said that to her 1,000 times. At one point, a SWAT team member came running past us. He was the first person I had seen. I pleaded to him, please help us. He did a double take and said, someone will come back for you. Hannah and I were left in utter loneliness, and I thought I was dying. I kept repeating my mom's phone number to make sure my brain was functioning. I was creating math problems in my head and solving them to make sure I wasn't dying. I continued to yell for help. 15 minutes of laying there absolutely helpless. 15 minutes of lying in a pool of my own blood. 15 minutes of hearing Hannah St. Juliana's last sounds while stroking her hair and trying to encourage her. When help finally came, they attended to Hannah, attempting to wrap a tourniquet around her. Someone eventually came for me too. I didn't know who it was, but I knew it was a man, and I later learned that that man was Mr. Ken Weaver. Mr. Weaver stayed with me, supporting my head and locating my wounds. He kept pressure on my entrance wound to stop the bleeding. Mr. Weaver fought to keep me awake and alive until the paramedics could attend to me. During the ambulance ride, I kept asking my paramedic, will I still be able to ride my horses? Will I ever be able to play basketball again? I kept asking these questions to the paramedic in the ambulance. These were my favorite activities while growing up. I was transported to St. Joseph's Hospital in Pontiac, where I stayed into January. During my hospital stay, I spent 1 week in the intensive care unit and over a month in the rehabilitation unit. The bullet entered me through my right clavicle and exited out the left side of my back. The bullet shattered my right clavicle, broke 2 of my ribs, and grazed my spine, causing a spinal cord injury. That night, I had an emergency surgery to remove a hematoma from my spinal cord, also to take out the shards of bone from around my spine, along with pieces of clothing that had entered along with the bullet. 1 week later, I had a clavicle repair surgery, where they stabilized my right clavicle with a titanium plate. During my almost 5-week stay in the rehab unit, I had to train myself to sit up unassisted. I had to relearn how to perform basic life tasks, like eating, brushing my teeth, showering, and getting dressed. I had to learn to walk again, as well as climb stairs. Prior to this event, I was being recruited to ride horses competitively on a college equestrian team. Unfortunately, I could not follow through with this opportunity. I've been riding horses my entire life. I've had several horses throughout my lifetime. They have provided me with years of happiness. Being able to swing a leg over my horse is my therapy. It's pure joy. I have not been able to do this in 2 years. Before November 30th, I also had a great job working at a golf and country club. I love my job and I love the people there. But unfortunately, I was unable to return to work and have not had a job since due to my disabled condition. I have not been able to earn any money for myself. 7 months after being discharged, I became a freshman at Michigan State University, where I'm continuing my education, carrying on with my life, because no one is ever going to stop me from living my life to the fullest. Michigan State has provided me with several accommodations, as I am still disabled and in extreme pain every single day. They were able to place me in a dorm that is close to all my classes. They provide transportation for me, since walking long distances is a battle. It was a 1-minute walk to the closest cafeteria. And without these accommodations, I would not have been able to complete my freshman year at Michigan State. This past summer, I underwent another spine surgery, where the surgeons fused my C6 to T7 vertebrae to stable my spine and correct a progressing deformity resulting from my injury. I was blessed to have found some excellent surgeons in New York City. My family and I spent 2 weeks recovering in New York. And Your Honor, to make everyone aware, back surgery is so hard. It causes intense pain and struggles. It's impossible to do anything yourself. I needed help just to roll over, sit up, stand up from a chair, get in and out of bed, and sip a glass of water. My 2 spine surgeries took the life out of me. Besides relearning daily life tasks, I had to stop playing tennis, riding horses, driving, and a whole list of other things that people can take for granted. Hanging out with my friends is hard, as the best I can do is sit down the whole time. I've been on a list of medications for the past 2 years, and I'm so tired of relying on medications to keep me out of my misery. I also have a thermoregulation disorder resulting from my spinal cord injury. With this condition, I'm unable to stay warm in cold weather or to keep my cool body warm, or keep my body cool during warm temperatures. This is a difficult condition to cope with, as I must keep the weather into consideration when making any plans or just choose to stay indoors. Currently, I'm a sophomore at Michigan State University, where all these accommodations are still in place. Even though I am able to attend school, I'm still in constant pain. Every single day when I get out of bed, the physical pain hits me hard. For reference, Your Honor, it has been 738 days of constant physical and mental pain. It has been 738 days without playing basketball or tennis. It has been 738 days of not being able to ride my horse. It has been 738 days of reliving the tragedy in my head every single hour. It has been 738 days of living with PTSD, scared of the thought of someone hurting me again. It has been 738 days of living with survivor's guilt, knowing that I could not save Hannah St. Juliana. 738 days and counting. For the rest of my life, I will live with these struggles. Still to this day, I'm in physical therapy. Twice a week for an hour, I attend therapy, where my therapist helped to ease my ongoing pain. We are also working on regaining all the strength back that I have lost. I will never be able to ice skate again. I will likely never be able to take my future children sledding. I will never be able to ride a roller coaster or jump on a trampoline ever again. I will never be able to participate in intramural sports teams at my school. I will never be able to attend sports in the student section at school, as my pain is unbearable during events like these. My life has changed its path entirely. However, Your Honor, I refuse to let the cowardly acts of a person affect the rest of my life. I will continue and live on for those that we've lost. I will continue to walk around MSU's campus, strong and proud. I will continue to have compassion and spread love and joy and positivity everywhere I step foot. I will continue to advocate for those that have experienced something similar. I will proceed to stand up against gun violence in hopes that nothing like November 30th ever happens to anyone ever again. And nothing will ever stop me from living my life to the absolute fullest. No one will ever take my happiness away from me, because I'm the strongest person I know. Your Honor, I've experienced many blessings and met many angels along this journey. I've come to know the love, compassion, and support of a community. I have so much to be thankful for. I'm grateful that I have the opportunity to stand here before you and tell you my story. I'm so blessed with my family. They have walked with me every single step of the way, and their strength is astounding. During both of my hospital stays, I met so many amazing individuals who have become some of my best friends or my family. They have supported me through every single endeavor. They took care of me and poured their hearts into my recovery. I'm beyond grateful for my hospital and healthcare family that have cared for me as if I'm their family. And I'm so fortunate to have some great friends who make changes to their lifestyles just to accommodate mine. Most of all, Your Honor, I'm thankful that I'm still here. I keep my faith and trust in a greater plan. As long as I'm on this earth, I will fight for justice for everyone in this country that has experienced something similar. Please do not let anyone else suffer the impact and trials of our tragedy that we hear about today. Please let there be no opportunity for more tragedy and pain, because no one deserves this. Thank you for your time, and I hope my presence here today will help you make the right decision.
Thank you for being here, and your strength and courage in speaking today is nothing short than admirable. So thank you for your statements this morning. Thank you, Dr. Main, as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. People?
Judge, Ms. Riley Franz.
Thank you. I just want to confirm that Ms. Franz is not a minor.
Correct.
She's not.
Thank you. Good morning. If you could, please state your name for the record.
My name is Riley Franz.
Thank you. You may proceed with your statement this morning.
I've contemplated how to put November 30th, 2021 into words since the day it took place. How to verbally acknowledge that day's impact, terror, sorrow, and tragedy. How to make a victim's impact statement quite literally.
I would love nothing more than to stand up here and say that I have overcome the obstacles of that day and have continued to live my everyday life. But that would be a lie. November 30th has altered my life in every single aspect. It has changed and molded the way I think, the way I feel, and the way I act. I can no longer sleep without having flashbacks of a bullet entering one side of my neck and exiting the other. I feel limited on what I can do at 19 years old because of the thoughts running through my head. My entire existence has been consumed by fear, and that I will once again have to experience the pain and the suffering that I felt on November 30th. I used to love attending school, where I would learn and create connections with others. I now experience panic attacks nearly every day when I have to attend university. I can no longer sit in a classroom and focus and take notes like many students around me. Now when I sit at a school, I feel anxious, checking for all my exits, highly in tune with all movements inside and outside the classroom, flinching at every sound from the walking upstairs to a pencil dropping, and counting down the minutes until I feel that I can breathe again. I cannot remember what it's like to feel safe and secure in any space that I occupy. I often cancel plans because I fear leaving the comfort of my home and my family. On the days that I can't get out of bed because I'm afraid when I'm sitting in a restaurant or classroom or even walking to my car, the unimaginable will happen again. When a balloon pops, a car backfires, or people run past me, my thoughts have been consumed by fear while my body is constantly in survival mode. I mourn the life I once had, which my selfless parents worked so hard to create for my sister and me. Free of hardship, pain, and worry. A life filled with opportunities and fearlessness. I feel that the structure my parents created was burned to the ground that day. Everything I had the privilege of not feeling or fearing is now my daily life. I mourn the childish wonder and carelessness stripped from my little sister, the most fantastic person I've ever had the privilege of sharing life with. I mourn the person I used to be, because although I survived, the original pieces of me didn't. I will never have the opportunity to experience life like I used to, with so much joy and clarity. The scariest part of November 30th for me was not that day itself, but the days that followed it. On the days that I feel like I am not occupying my body, but watching it from above. I feel like I cannot breathe because I'm paralyzed in a world no one who hasn't experienced something like this could ever imagine. Pieces of me shattered that day, and 2 years later, I am still struggling to put them back into place. But every day, I choose not to allow what a selfish individual decided to do to break me. I, Riley Franz, am a survivor of gun violence. I, Riley Franz, am a survivor of a terrible epidemic caused by a broken system. But I refuse to be known as a victim at the hands of an individual with no regard for others. His selfishness will not consume my identity. I am so much more than a victim. I am a daughter to the most amazing parents, Jeff and Brandy. I am a sister to the most remarkable young woman I have ever met, Isabella. I am a friend, a classmate, a cousin, a granddaughter. But most importantly, I am a person. I'm a person who deserved a chance to make it to her 5th class that day. I'm a person who deserved to not run in fear while she bled out. Someone who deserved not to have to answer a phone call from her little sister asking if she was safe. I deserved to be a child that day. A student who made it to her class, not someone's target practice. I would never wish what I experienced upon anyone in this world, what my family experienced that day, what I continue to battle daily. No child should have to fear that their school will be next, that they need to know what to do if the worst breaks out in front of them. Children should attend school focused on their studies, friends, aspirations, and dreams. No parent should have to worry that their child is unsafe at a place where they are supposed to learn and prosper. Students should no longer have to learn lockdown drills. Instead, we should work harder to create a system that prevents gun violence and prevents children's lives from being stripped away and leaving only pieces behind.
Thank you.
We have a minor next, Judge.
Note that media teams do not record or photograph the minutes from the video, but you may continue to record the audio. You may approach. Because you're a minor, I've already indicated to the attorneys you do not have to state your name for the record if you don't want to, but if you do want to, you may go ahead if you wish.
Okay, thank you. My name is Keegan Gregory, and on November 30th, 2021, my life and many others were changed forever. Since that day, the Oxford community, including myself, my family, my friends, and my school, have endured an unimaginable amount of hurt, pain, and trauma. What started as a normal Tuesday turned into an event that changed many of our lives forever. My life has not been and won't ever be the same. Before the shooting, I was doing well. Life was comfortable and without any major problems. I trusted that people and the world was safe, especially my hometown. On that Tuesday, I walked into the school as a normal 9th grader, yet I walked out an entirely different person. And I am overwhelmed by grief, shock, fear, and disbelief. On that day, I was trapped in the bathroom with the perpetrator and with Justin Schilling. We were stuck helpless and cornered with no defense. I was right there when he was shot and killed, yet I couldn't do anything about it. I was in absolute disbelief and shock. It doesn't feel real that somebody has the capacity to kill people without any remorse, thought, or cause. Everyone at school that day was living their own life, and there was no regard for who he shot at and or killed. It was, and always will be, the most terrifying moment of my life. Being cornered with no option but to run out of the bathroom as fast as I could, hoping to live. Even after leaving the bathroom, I could see bodies on the floor, blood everywhere, and knew that some of my peers were now gone. It was the day when Justin's life was cut short and he had no choice or say in it all. I know that my life could have been taken as well that day. What started as shock and disbelief on November 30th and the days following slowly became fear that overwhelmed me and brought me to a dark place, filled with sadness and grief for the families who lost someone close to them, as well as the thoughts about what other students in the school and their families were going through. Those were and are the darkest moments of my life. I felt then, and still feel now, the guilt of surviving. I know that if it wasn't Justin's life that was taken, it could have been mine, and I am forever grateful for him to him for that. I almost feel guilty about being alive, knowing that Justin's family is living in grief. I remember meeting them for the first time and not knowing who they were, what they were going through, or how they would react. That guilt is now compounded with sadness, fear, anxiety, and trauma. It is insane that one person could change the course of so many lives with a single event and not care about them at all. My life and so many other lives were changed because of it. I did well in school, and yet after the shooting couldn't bring myself to go into school, let alone focus or learn anything. I didn't feel safe. This year I have finally been able to attend and be present in school. However, I still experience many triggers on a daily basis and have to work 10 times harder than I did before. I can't go into crowded rooms or public spaces without feeling afraid. Initially, there was a constant thought of how can I escape, because I didn't and couldn't trust anybody. To this day, I still scan rooms and people whenever I'm somewhere new because I can no longer assume that the world is a safe place. At the time, I wouldn't speak about it because it was too much. No one could truly understand what we went through that day. I felt absolutely hopeless because I could barely function in my day-to-day life. My daytimes were filled with flashbacks, fear, grief, and paranoia. My nighttimes were sleepless and consumed with thoughts about the day. I had gained awareness of every noise and potential danger in my home, and nightmares that I had no control over. I couldn't find true rest or safety when I was awake or asleep, at home or in public, with people I knew or people I didn't know. There was no safe place to escape, not even in my mind. I continued to feel trapped in this new reality. Even knowing that there was a 0.01 chance of anything bad happening, the potential danger or harm is always in the back of my mind. With the past several months, my family moved out of state. It has been extremely difficult to meet new people because I didn't know who I can trust. Well, when I do meet new people, it's hard to explain to them what I went through on that day and the impact it has had on my life. They can't truly understand or relate. It's scary to know that there can be someone else in this world that has the potential to harm so many. It's harder to function in my day-to-day life while everything takes a little extra thought or precaution. I used to be good in school, now it's hard to be in the building, let alone socialize or learn when my brain is constantly operating from a place of fear and anxiety. My life is now full of what-ifs, and it's hard to present in the moment. He robbed me and the Oxford community of so many things. Thankfully, our community came together to support one another. But this came from a place of trauma and brokenness and should never have to be this way. So many people, including myself and my family, had to reshape, reorganize, and reschedule their lives financially to accommodate for the aftermath. The therapy appointments, groups, doctor appointments, community events, court dates, etc. When we were in our most vulnerable states, we had to endure the challenges and obstacles that come with the tragedy. There are so many things in our lives that won't ever be the same. We were ultimately robbed of our trust, safety, security, friends, school hobbies, and life as we knew it to be. Your Honor, I trust that you will assign a sentence that makes sure he won't ever hurt anyone again. No matter the outcome of the sentencing, I hope he can receive the counseling he needs to understand the impact of his actions that it had on the community and the people's lives. I hope one day he realizes how unnecessary it was. It's been over 2 years since that day, and I'm still very much in the process of healing. Not a day goes by that I don't think about it or feel the impact. My hope is that one day things will steady out and my day-to-day life will become easier. I hope that we can all heal to a point of living without feeling afraid, anxious, hopeless, or guilty. I hope this is something that will grow with me and strengthen me, but no longer define me. I hope we can all get to a place where November 30th, 2021 is a day of remembering the lives who were taken and is no longer remembered in the way the perpetrator had intended. I hope we will come out of this stronger than we were before to carry on the legacies of the four lost.
Thank you for being here. I'm sorry that you went through this, but you were very well spoken this morning. Thank you for your statements. Thank you for being here as well and your support for Prosecution.
Thank you.
Judge, we have a minor next as well.
There is a minor, so please do not record the next individual. And good morning. You do not have to state your name for the record as you're a minor, but if you want to state your name, you may. But you may go ahead and continue. Go ahead with your statements.
My name is Aiden Watson, and I'm an 11th grader at Oxford High School. Your Honor, in 2021, I started my first year of high school, and it was my first year back to seated classes after a year of doing online because of COVID. I was really excited to be in high school and go to this class called Radio, TV, and Film because I wanted to be an audio engineer. I love to edit videos and work on anything audio-visual. At home, I would set up concerts for my family with special lighting, microphones, speakers, videos, and a stage. At church, I was helping out with sound, doing lights for VBS, and I started doing some DJing stuff for events and grad parties. I couldn't wait to grow up and move to California to work in the movies. Around the end of October, threats started happening at the school. I remember the deer head and a picture of a bird in a jar. I remember being on the bus and my friend showed me in a group chat a threat that scared me enough to call my mom and ask to come home. I didn't go home that day. I also didn't get shot that day. I remember that was the first time I was really scared that something could happen. On November 30th, 2021, I was a freshman in high school, and before my 5th hour algebra class, the shooter turned that fear into reality. I remember going out into the hall to see why kids were running and what noise that was. I thought it was a senior prank, but by the time I realized, I was staring at Tate Meir, and he was shot and he died. I tried to run into my classroom. I didn't know I got shot until my friend told me I was hit, and he said that we needed to get out of there. Everyone in my class didn't know what was going on. Some girl asked me if this was real, and I remember looking down at my leg, seeing the blood, but still not feeling anything. At the same point, I ran out of the class and out of the school with a friend. Everyone was still in that classroom, and the shooter was still out there somewhere. I was running so fast out of the school, I called my mom because I was scared and I wanted her to help me. I didn't know what to do, but I ran and called her for help. My friend flagged down a car and I got in it. It was someone I didn't know, and he told me that his kid was in there. Instead of him going in there to save his kid, he saved me instead. He drove me down to his business. Somebody at his business called 911 and an ambulance came, but they didn't take me to the hospital. Later on, my mom came and she was crying and panicking, which made me cry. I still couldn't feel the pain, and I can remember some things, but details and how things looked, I can't remember clearly. My therapist said it's because I'm blocking it out to protect myself. But I remember what happened after the night and how everything changed. At the hospital, I had to talk to many different people from different law enforcement agencies. I told the same story 4 times. It wouldn't be until I watched the video in the prosecutor's office and I would find out that my memory was not exactly right. This was hard. In the hospital, police took my clothes, including my marching band hoodie with my name on it that I got from being in marching band for my first year as a high school student. I didn't want to be in the hospital, so we left. I remember the pain that night, and it was a pain that I would keep on having. We had to change the bandages all the time, and every time it would peel off my skin and hurt badly. This went on for what seemed forever. I couldn't walk then. I didn't realize that I would never be able to run again without having pain. I used a wheelchair that I borrowed from my church. I tried walking in a boot, but it hurt too bad. I was shot through my leg, so I had 2 wounds on each of the side of my leg, and the boot squeezed and pushed into my wounds when I tried to move. I couldn't do it. I just had to lay in bed. Eventually, I was walking on crutches. Sometimes it is still hard, and the pain just happens. I get random extreme pains in my leg to the point where I have to sit down, and I can't continue what I was doing. I have lots of testing, including something where they poked me with a bunch of needles and they messed with my nerves. That felt like I was being burned. I found out I have permanent nerve damage, and that might be where the pain is coming from. I did physical therapy for the first time, and it was a lot of work. I ended up having to go back a second time because the effects came back and they were even worse. It was hard and helped, but not completely. I took prescription medication now to help with the pain. Since it happened, I've tried to do different things, but marching with the band and parades can't happen for me anymore. I tried football, but I had to kneel most of the time on the sidelines, and I really couldn't play. The rest of the team didn't understand, and some of them were mean to me. I was afraid for a long time, and sometimes I still am, but I try to make it better now. I don't want this to happen to me, so I always will be looking around. I will be prepared next time, and I will know when to run when it happens. I always look around now, and I am more careful in situations now. After it happened, I was afraid to be in crowds and loud situations and indoors where I couldn't see how to get out. One time I was at a banquet for my sister and I saw a kid hiding in the corner in a black hoodie. I started crying and I started to run out. That happened to me a long time ago. I would start to get really scared and run out wherever I was. Another time, a neighbor shot off a firework in the middle of the day. I was really scared, fell to the floor, then ran into the house and locked myself in the bathroom. I couldn't calm down. I was prepared for fireworks happening at night, but not in the middle of the day. I started seeing a therapist from church, and that didn't really help. I did EMDR therapy, and started to see different therapists. She helped me. She went to the school with me so I could walk around and work through some things at school. I still see her sometimes when I need help. I called her in the parking lot at school once. This was probably a year after it happened. That year, though, I never went back to the school alone. I remember when everyone went back and I couldn't do it. I just wanted to be like everybody else, but I couldn't. It was too hard. I went back to one class at the end of the year because it was my favorite, radio, TV, and film, and my sister sat in there with me every day so I could go. It didn't matter. I didn't like that class the same way then. My sister was a senior. She sat with me until she graduated. I never went back that year. I needed a quick escape, so she had to be there. I still need that. I drive now, so if I need a quick escape, I can drive away myself. My friends don't understand why I was different then and why I couldn't do what I used to do both physically and mentally. I couldn't sleep for the longest time. I could only sleep with music now. I kept hearing gunshots and they wouldn't go away. There was more, but this is good enough. The day it happened, I was supposed to get in the water for the first time for the swim team. I was also supposed to have my last day of driver's training. When it happened, everything changed for me and everyone else. Before the shooting, I was a freshman in high school, in marching band, taking driver's training, looking forward to everything. I wanted so much that I know I can't have now. I don't like the same things the way I did. I'm worried about everything all the time now, and it makes me think about what I need to do and what I can do. I don't want to go live far away as an adult and have a job to where there's lots of people and noise. I can't do that anymore. He has basically ruined the rest of my life. Even though it's 2 years later, I still feel pain and effects he did. Every day I feel them. I believe that the shooter should be locked behind bars forever because of all the things that he did. Someone like him does not deserve to be walking amongst other people in this world. He should get life without parole, and he should be locked in prison forever. He should never see the light of day again. He is a horrible human being, and the fact that he did what he did and the fact that he thought what he did on November 30th would be fun is proof that he is horrible. I do not believe that he is crazy. I believe it's a scheme. I believe he's trying to lie to us to try to get out of prison early. If it were up to me, it would never happen. He would never be able to touch grass outside of prison.
With that, we're going to take 5 minutes break. While the deputies are removing the defendant from the courtroom, everyone in the gallery, please be seated. With that, deputies, you may take the defendant.
Just before we break into council live,
after he exits, you may. Thank you, Council may approach.
not even saying, I'm not even kidding. Ask him about it. His mom made a comment on Facebook about it. She's like, what the hell?
Especially when you never had any.
He's such a talker, that one. I don't even know if I've ever seen his full face with his hair and hat.
She was my son's fifth grade teacher.
Yep, she was we were all preschool here. Yeah. Yes, the first time I talked to her, right?
But yeah, she was my son's fifth grade teacher. She was the best teacher I've ever had.
It was just so funny to see her. It was so straight laced. I'll be back.
I hate it because I have a senior cared for you. After she had my goals, science teacher, which is so much more. Yeah, but it's not because I wanted my younger son to
Oh, that's awesome. And then Jane was his oldest son's fifth grade teacher.
Yeah, she was awesome.
Everything that I had in my mind said, so nice to hear it said. I'm sure I know I'll be there. Okay. Yeah, we're totally there. But I'm not even kidding. You hold us to that. We'll be there. I'm gonna plug in a little bit. So in the right place. Yeah. What's the point? That they're not gonna change. We take this piece of shit put away. The schools fucking school, they are what they are. It's a waste of our time. So we have to put that into someplace, you know us, we'll show up. I'm thinking it's a Friday or a Saturday. Bring Renee, she both. Okay. Hey, you want to go bowling? Better. I know people that know you now. My neighbor introduced me to her son's fifth grade teacher. Going from when I was there, I was a little kid. We were up timing last night at 1:30. One was trying to tear it down. I was going to speak against it. And things I wanted to say that was so in the line as well. You know what I mean? Like, fully still. It's very much was just myself. I love these they give me bad references. They came here for the walk. They said, I was like, you got two with next time. That was yeah. Even Buck was like, when you know, you kind of saw fool. We were low key until the day it matters, right? No, just, but yeah. 90 days. Cathartic, right? Yeah. We're doing 3 of those things, right? Like, that's crazy. It's going to be a poly round. Oh, nice. Determined. Then we better start. You said I gotta get my arm back in shape for it. Can I bowl on behalf of my boy? No matter who, or does it have to be the kid? Oh, I'm asking, honestly, because if not. Oh, okay, so then we can't. All right. I mean, it doesn't matter whether I'm winning or I win. He's getting ready to try to figure out how to pay for law school. So we interned last year in school. This changed his life too. He was an OU on business. After it happened, he transferred to Michigan State to get a Juris Doctorate because he wants to. He's going after it. What's more lucrative to do? I love how you work your left point too. I saw what you did there. I think it's awesome that you're a Sparky too. Yeah. I mean, like, you guys have like a house where every like fixture is perfect, but your drywall's all cracked, right? Like, that's like every. Exactly. Well, you know, the general contractors, they have everything in their house is perfect, right? But over the years, my buddies and I've noticed they're like, I got a drywall or electricians or a head knocker. Like, that stuff in their house is perfect, but like, that's kind of the model, like, because they still do it themselves. That's the thing. That's not what they do. So the drywall is kind of wavy. Nobody wants to do what they do at work once they get home. Exactly. He's the first person. So it's 2 years. So my suspicion has been doing this for the sense of the fire because I just don't want to go into it. No. Shooting my fighter.
Yeah, it seems to hold on to it so far, but I don't know how much more it can hold on.
Well, I don't expect it. I'll figure it out. Well, he's convinced this is what he wants to do. He wants to do industrial. But if you lecture someone, he doesn't know anything. Oh, he can work. He hates it. Yes, that's his. Oh, the megatronics program. Barton has full electrical. They teach them like switches and electrical. You guys always pay attention to that. I noticed that. For the elevator on the way back. I've been Thanks, Dan.
All right.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Your Honor, calling People versus Ethan Crumbley, case number 2022-279-506-FC.
Thank you. Appearances for the record.
Karen McDonald on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Mark Keeps on behalf of people.
Thank you. Paula Michelle Lawson on behalf of the defendant, Crumbley. Amy Happ on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Thank you. With that, you may. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Kelvin. My apologies. I didn't see you back there. With that, everyone may be seated. We'll let people come into the courtroom and be quiet, please, so we can continue with the proceedings. Thank you. With that, people, you may proceed.
Thank you. Miss Linda Watson.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
If you could, please state your name for the record.
Linda Watson.
Thank you. You may go ahead and proceed with your statement, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor, for allowing me to speak today on behalf of my family. And thank you to the prosecution and the advocates and the Resiliency Center and the community of supporters. And mostly thank you to these folks back here who we've grown to know through the worst of circumstances. To the shooter, you can look away and you can look down, but your ears are still open. So listen. Almost everything since November 30th has been hard and felt impossible for my family. That day at 12:53, my cell phone rang. It was my youngest son, Aiden.
That was a moment I will never forget. He was screaming, "Mom, I've been shot, help me. There's a school shooter." I didn't know exactly where he was in the school at the time, if the danger was over, or if he was even safe. At first I told him to hide, but then he told me he was running outside. It was snowy that day, so I told him to bury himself in the snow. I didn't know if he was being chased. I didn't even grasp the gravity of the situation. All I knew in the moment was that my son was shot and he needed me. While still on the phone with him, I could hear him getting into some stranger's car. I felt helpless and terrified. I didn't know if my son just went from one dangerous situation to another. I didn't know how badly he was hurt, where he was shot. I was trying to figure out where he was going, and I couldn't find the business on Google that the man was driving him to. Everything seemed to be going in slow motion. I made it to the intersection by the high school, and even though I couldn't see the school, everything was quiet. No police, no ambulance, no sirens, nothing. I must have gotten there so quickly, despite it feeling like forever. I just sat there trying to figure out where Aiden was. He wasn't on the phone anymore. I called my husband screaming that Aiden had been shot, and then I hung up the phone. I didn't even tell him Aiden was okay because I didn't know Aiden was okay. I called my other two kids. My oldest was driving home. He was safe. My daughter was a senior at Oxford that year. I couldn't remember if she was in school that day or if she was off-site on another class. She was safe. Even though it was only minutes, it felt like a lifetime before I found Aiden. When I got to the building, he was sitting in a chair with his leg up. I remember sobbing while holding him. That was hard and felt impossible, but I found him. There was a lot of blood. It covered his shoe and his pants. He was being so strong, and I didn't know that he was in shock. EMTs were suddenly there, though. I think they arrived after I did, but I can't remember. I could hear calls coming in on the EMT's radio, increasing in frequency and intensity more and more. They wrapped his leg and directed me to take him to the hospital in Pontiac, telling me that they had to leave because there was a great need at the high school. I still didn't know the extent of what was happening at the high school. All I knew is that they were leaving and my son had been shot. That was hard and felt impossible. But together with the people at the business, we put Aiden on an office chair that had wheels, and we rolled him to the car. By the time we got to Lapeer Road, the quiet was gone. Every first responder from what seemed like everywhere was driving towards us. There were so many sirens, so many lights, so many first responders that traffic we were driving with kept stopping and pulling over. We kept having to stop. I can't remember when I started to scream, but at some point I was screaming and driving around traffic on the shoulder, zigzagging in and out of traffic. I didn't know if we would get pulled over, and I think I almost hoped we would so they would get him to the hospital faster. I kept thinking I wasn't going to make it, and at one point I couldn't see through the tears. That's when Aiden started to comfort me. That's my boy, my sweet, sincere, loving boy who always looks out for his family. He had been shot, was bleeding through the wrap onto the dashboard, trying to hold his leg up, and he was just trying to make sure I was okay. I wish I could say that was the last time I lost it like that, but it wasn't. I wish I could say that my boy stayed the same sweet child that he was that day. But shock wears off and trauma sets in and people change. Seeing that happen to your child is hard, and it's impossible to work through, but we keep trying. We made it to the hospital. Doctors came from everywhere and swarmed him. They brought an x-ray machine to him. He was repeatedly questioned, had a police officer stationed at his bed. There were two other kids right by Aiden from Oxford. One boy sitting in his bed alone, holding his face, bleeding. Then his mom arrived. I didn't know her, but I know her now. I would learn all of their names, those that died and those that were injured. I would meet their parents in court and in other ways. We would go through this hell together, yet still feel so alone. We would cry together, advocate together, try sometimes in vain to make anything better that we could. This is hard and feels impossible, but we don't give up. While we were in the hospital, we were getting texts and calls. We learned really what happened. Hannah, Madison, and Tate didn't make it that day. The following day, Justin lost his life in the same hospital we took Aiden to. It was hard to learn about and felt impossible to comprehend, but it was the beginning of our new reality. And though I knew what had happened then, I wasn't prepared for how things would be and how hard they would be and how everything would change for us. That night, no one slept but Aiden. We were on alert to watch for compartment syndrome and learning how to tend to his wounds and changing his bandages. I cried all night. Aiden slept with pain medication, and the next morning I was so grateful when he woke up. I put my head on his chest just to hear his heartbeat, grateful he was alive because some parents didn't have that the next morning. He bled through the bandages and the wrap onto the pillow that was propping up his leg that first night. It wouldn't be the last time something like that happened either. It became common to have his clothes, pillows, blankets, and sheets stained. 47 days after my son was shot, both wounds finally scabbed over, though we did have some breakthrough bleeding. Before the bleeding stopped, however, black discharge from the burn of the bullet, blood from his wound, and yellow pus and fluid would ooze from his wounds. We were instructed to do something called a wet to dry bandage, changing it 3 times a day. Every time we changed it, when we pulled it off, no matter how slowly we did it, the method we tried, the type of sterile pads we used, it removed his skin, made him bleed, and caused him pain over and over again. I used to have to cut sterile pads in half because we didn't have enough due to all the bleeding and the drainage. I remember having to wash out ace bandages and hang them in my shower to dry. He became dependent on the wrap that covered those bandages. He wouldn't give it up for months. He insisted he needed it to protect it. We didn't argue. We just kept washing them. I didn't have what I needed to help him at first. That was hard and felt impossible. But people from the community came to our home and they brought us supplies to help our son. He needed help getting to the toilet and bathing. He couldn't walk and he couldn't get the wound or the bandage wet. It was like a return to infancy. But now washing my son in a medical chair instead of a baby bath. I also had to give his foot and leg sponge baths. His skin started to flake, callous, change colors between the wounds. Even though it caused him so much pain, we had to properly clean the space between the wounds to prevent infection. That seemed to be really painful for him, and he developed a large indentation across his leg as he healed where the bullet had destroyed part of his leg, taken muscle, damaging nerves, and removing tissue. He required personal care services around the clock because he couldn't walk, toilet, and had to be brought food to eat while lying down. I remember worrying about not being able to go back to work, about insurance, and paying our bills. I would hide and cry on the bathroom floor so he wouldn't see. Being so upset I couldn't stop throwing up because I didn't know if we were going to be okay financially, if I couldn't go back to work because I carried the benefits for our family. But it didn't matter because I wasn't going to leave him. My husband was off work too, and we just didn't know how to be anymore. We couldn't function. We only knew we had to be there for him and for our family. That was hard and it felt impossible, but we took care of each other because that's what family does. That's what good parents do. I remember how our family was before this, though. Everything we had to do since this, how it weighed on us, how it changed us. I wouldn't describe myself as a helicopter parent before, but definitely an involved parent. Now I'm always afraid of losing Aiden and my other kids. I'm overprotective, worried, and I can't let go. I'm definitely a helicopter parent now. When Aiden was ready to start being around other people, one of his siblings would go with him. My other son could blend better at an all-kids support group than adults. Aiden tried to go once, but he couldn't go back. It was too hard. When Aiden tried to go back to school just to see how it was, you just heard from him. My daughter would go with him. She audited a class with him she wasn't registered in for the entire rest of the year before she graduated so he could go. Most days he couldn't make it anyway. Even as he progressed and we made it to the summer after the shooting, after my daughter had graduated, she went with him to band camp. It helped Aiden, but he didn't make it through band camp either. He called me crying in pain and he was scared. I ended up with him, bringing him Vicodin and a scooter so he could get around. That was hard and felt impossible, but his siblings were there for him when he needed him, and we modify things to make it through. He had his first panic attack at his grandma's house the Christmas after the shooting. It was the first, but it wouldn't be the last. And honestly, at this point, I've lost count. Like when we were shopping in IKEA almost a year after the shooting, and he said, "I gotta get out of here," because he felt trapped and started to have a panic attack. Or when an unexpected and loud firework on a July afternoon sent him rushing into the house, crying and angry, where he sat on the floor. He was so mad because he had made it through fireworks just the day before. But you see, those are the ones he prepared for. That was hard and felt impossible, but that is what we must do now. Lots and lots of preparation to get through anything. Though you cannot prepare for everything, like when a balloon popped at a sporting event and we had to leave over a year later after the shooting. At one point, we had to stay in a hotel because construction noise, such as nail guns, sounds too much like real guns. Every time we learned a new trigger, we had to develop a new plan. We were and always are in crisis management mode. He used to have terrible nightmares and hear gunshots that weren't there when he was awake. Noises are hard, but absolute silence was impossible. So we bought special headphones he could sleep in and a music subscription. It didn't take it away when he was awake, but it did help him sleep. Something that stands out like it was yesterday is the look on his face when he tried to run for the first time. When he realized he couldn't do it, the pain was too much and it stopped him. I remember how confused he was at first. It was devastating to see his realization, his pain and sadness simultaneously. That was so hard and definitely felt impossible. But he's done so much work in PT since then to get where he is now, yet he still is not where he should be if it never happened. Aiden still doesn't go to high school for a full day 2 years later. He's never been able to work back up to that. The year after the shooting, after his sister graduated, he didn't have her to be with him. He also didn't have what he referred to as a quick escape, because that was his term for the ability to get out of the school if he needed to. We had a plan for that too. Last year at the beginning of the school year, I had to drop him off and sit in my car in the parking lot for the few hours that he was there each day. That was hard and felt impossible to send him back to school at all. But he learned to drive, and we created a process with the school that included a special contact he would have. He had to get special permission for the times he just had to run out of the school because he couldn't take it. A panic attack would set in, embarrassment would happen, and then he would just run out. Even with the process, the accommodations, and the planning, still some staff and some of his peers don't get it. They're either clueless, not informed, don't care, or are indifferent. But they don't understand how hard and impossible everything is most days for Aiden. They don't understand all the thought, planning, effort that goes into trying to make just a portion of the school day work for him. Aiden's been questioned by school staff, asked to provide doctor's notes to validate not being able to do something. He's been harassed and bullied by students who don't understand that Aiden has an accommodation and not an unfair advantage. They don't understand that all Aiden ever wants is to feel normal and do everything everyone else can just the way they do it, but he can't anymore. This is very hard and continues to feel impossible. But we keep adjusting the process and the plans. We keep having the hard conversations with staff and students that should know better, but this is our life now and not theirs. So I don't know if they will ever understand. As parents, we've had to stand in front of the school board, the Senate, connect to politicians, beg them all for help, to do what's right, to get answers, to do something to help, only to get backlash and be outcasted by a portion of our community we once loved. We try to put our anger into something good, advocate for change, but it doesn't help. We lost parts of our community because people don't understand and are callous, seeing our attempts at advocacy as a stance against who they are. People mean well, but they don't understand that their words can be hurtful to Aiden and our family. We've been told we are the lucky ones, that we need to stop being negative, be grateful he is alive, and we are. But hearing, you just need to get over it already. You haven't moved on yet? It was just his leg. You are carrying around an offense that isn't yours. And even, maybe this isn't the place for you anymore, by the former superintendent. Just starts to weigh on you after a certain amount of time. Especially when all you're trying to do is heal your son and your family. Going out into the community, we're confronted with people staring, pointing, whispering, and many strangers boldly trying to talk about things with no consideration for how it hurts us or our son. We've even had people try to exploit a relationship with our family or our son to benefit off of the trauma. It made us feel like we couldn't leave our home, we couldn't trust, we felt like prisoners after a while. We shouldn't feel like a prisoner. This was hard and felt impossible, so we make plans to move. I'm not sure I would have gotten through any day without crying if it wasn't for medication, which is something I've never had to do before. I've also lost count of the number of times a doctor has told my husband and I that something medically that's going on with us is directly attributed to stress. I used to think I was a strong person, but I've struggled with everything, and I cry so easily now. I can barely get through this. I have tremendous guilt because before the shooting, when threats were being reported, Aiden asked me if he could stay home from school, and I told him he was safe, and he was not. I essentially lied to my son, and then he was shot. I carry that with me now. That's hard, and it feels impossible, but we have to take care of ourselves to take care of him. Physically, Aiden still has trouble with mobility, walking, running. He tries to always push through the pain so he could do everything that he's ever wanted to do. He got stronger and had to relearn how to walk evenly to prevent additional pain happening in other areas of his body due to body mechanics. He has nerve damage and inflammation that causes pain all the time. The pain that at 2 years post-incident, per the doctors, will be as good as it gets now. We hope they are wrong. He takes prescription pain medication on a regular basis. He wears compression when he knows he'll be on his feet for a long time. Different recommendations for treatment have been more hurtful than helpful, like gabapentin and a TENS machine that sent him screaming, crying to the ground. When he knows he cannot do things, he just has to miss school or activities, and when he tries to do things and figures out he cannot, he just sits or kneels, often facing ridicule from a lack of understanding. Mentally, Aiden still has work he's doing. Every time there's another shooting, it's a setback. Every time there's another threat, it's a setback. When Aiden's older brother was at MSU in February of 23, we received an alert from an active shooter on campus. Aiden started texting his brother, telling him how to survive a school shooting. After that, it was hard again. Aiden struggled with going back to school again, and that happens anytime something happens. I recognize the attendance secretary at the school just by her voice now, and when I call him out of school, I'm not even sure I need to say who I am anymore. She just knows who we are and why we're calling. We can't move on like the rest of the world. We don't get to. Everything, no matter how hard, how big, how little it is, will always be more to us. I've had so many conversations with my son that no advice or preparation could help with. Like when Aiden was preparing to go back to school long after everyone else returned, we found him looking at bulletproof backpacks and clothing. He told us he planned to never be taken by surprise again, that he would be prepared. That is hard and felt impossible, but it is what it is. We get through it all with plans, conversations, music, tears, help, bandages, doctor's visits, wheelchairs, crutches, a walking boot, physical therapy, EMDR, therapists, medications, compressions, TENS machines, and anything else we can try because we will work to help him feel physically better and mentally safe. I really thought about not sharing my statement because of something we heard during the court proceedings that the shooter said he wanted the parents of those who passed to suffer. My kid is alive, and for that we're grateful. And we have suffered. And for that reason I am speaking. Because I want him to know that he did cause suffering. But what will happen next in his life and next in our lives will be the exact opposite. We will move on. He will not. Just because it's hard and pretty much always feels impossible, we don't give up because we can't and we won't. This isn't just a part of our life, it is our life now. There's been so much that Aiden has gone through because of this, and I didn't cover it all. I left off some of the most painful and uncomfortable things because this is all the shooter will get from us, forever and ever. What a bullet and the shooter took from Aiden and our family is hard and impossible to describe completely. Aiden will be dealing with this for the rest of his life. There's no sentence that can take that away or change that. No sentence that can make the shooter understand or feel what our family has felt and still feels. My son will have to live with pain, trauma, and limitations because of this forever. So too should the shooter have to deal with the consequences of his actions by being incarcerated for the rest of his life. For everything that we have experienced that's hard and felt impossible, the shooter, this monster, should have to feel everything hard and painful and impossible for the rest of his life. The closest thing we can get to that is life in prison. There should never be a possibility of my son coming across the shooter at any point in his life. Aiden doesn't deserve to have that be another fear he has to live with because of him. Otherwise, there is no justice. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for being here, ma'am. I know that it's not easy for you to do, so thank you for your statement. I listened very closely, and your statements did not fall on deaf ears, so I truly appreciate you being here this morning.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you. People?
Thank you, Judge. Miss Liliana Alvarado.
Thank you, and good morning, ma'am. If you could please state your name.
Liliana Alvarado.
Thank you, and good morning to you. You may go ahead and proceed with your statement. And take your time, ma'am, whenever you're ready.
Tuesday, November 30th, 2021 is a day I will never forget. That day forever changed my life and my outlook on many things. It started out just like any other morning. Dropped my sister off at the high school. After I dropped my brother off at the doors at the middle school, then went to park at the middle school. I waited for my best friend because she was always late and we always walked together. As we walked, we went to the middle school for mentorship for the Bully Busters. As we walked in, everybody was already in the library, sitting in a circle, laughing really loud. We asked what was so funny because we were so lost. That's when Tate showed us his phone of giraffes fighting. He was laughing so hard. Soon after, we went and taught 6th graders our lesson. And then after that, I went back to Oxford High School and continued my day not knowing what I was walking into. Within 4 hours, I would be running for my life, fighting and praying to walk back out. It changed everything. I used to not be scared to go to school, the store, get my nails done, take my dog on a walk, go to the gym, just daily things I would normally do. But today, anywhere but home, I'm scared of the possible outcome. I'm scared of the outcomes that may happen. I'm always ready for something to happen. Growing up, I was always outgoing and down for whatever as long as we had fun, and now I feel like I'm restricted on what I can do because of the fear I developed after the incident. Kids should not have to fear going to school or have to worry about if they're going to make it home at the end of the day to their family or their family worrying about their children at school. This incident not only took a mental toll on myself, but everybody in the community. My little sister, who was 8 years old at the time of the shooting, can't go to school in person anymore because of her constant anxiety. How is that fair? Anytime I'm out, I always scan the room for the nearest exit, and if the room doesn't have an exit, I typically don't go. I always watch everybody's body language, and after a while, that also has a toll on my mental health. I remember a couple nights after the shooting happened, I couldn't sleep in my room by myself because every little sound I heard felt like it was happening again. I had to go to therapy and learn to deal with anxiety and being okay even when I wasn't okay, and I still struggle with that today. When I go home for break from school, I'm excited to see my friends and family, but whenever I come back to Oxford, I can still remember everything. It's an instant reminder. To this day, I can still hear gunshots and sirens. It's even to the point when I see sirens, sometimes I have a full-on panic attack. Mental health is a big thing that shouldn't be looked past. Life shouldn't be like this for anybody, but especially kids or teenagers. School should be a safe spot to go and get our education, not to run from bullets or develop fear and constant anxiety. So, Judge, as we move forward, I pray this disgusting, filthy human being gets life without parole. Thank you all for listening to me.
Thank you, and thank you for your strength and courage in speaking here in court this now afternoon. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you. People?
It's Crystal Baldwin.
Thank you, ma'am. If you could, please state your full name for the record.
Crystal Baldwin.
Thank you. You may go ahead and proceed with your statement this afternoon.
Thank you. To the Honorable K. Rowe. First off, my name is Crystal Baldwin. I am the mother of Mason Baldwin, who was a freshman and present in Oxford High School on November 30th, 2021. He was in room 256. I will never forget the moment my husband told me that my son had texted saying somebody was shooting in the school. At first, my husband thought it was a joke. It wasn't until I got online to a local Oxford Mom Facebook group and confirmed my worst fear and what my son texted. This is when my worst nightmare started, and I called him immediately to make sure he was okay. The words he spoke when he answered will haunt me for the rest of my life. I asked him if he was okay. He said, "Mom, had I been standing where I was 10 seconds longer, it could have been me." My heart sank. I was grateful he was locked down. I told him to stay calm and I would be in touch. I had to get a hold of Madison. I texted her, no response. Called her, no answer. Called my son back to see if he knew where she was. He said he would try to get a hold of her. I told him her phone just rang and rang. He blamed it on her phone battery always being dead. I told him this was different, as the phone was ringing and not just going straight to voicemail. Madison is my niece and goddaughter, so making sure that she was okay was a priority for me. She and my son were finally in the same school. They rode to and from school every day, so I needed to make sure she was okay. The relationship they were forming was more of a brother-sister relationship rather than cousins. I had this growing up, and I love that they were able to experience this. A little backstory with Madison is I was in the hospital the day she was born. I witnessed her taking her first breath. She was not only my niece, goddaughter, but felt more like a daughter to me. The thought of anything happening to her made me sick to my stomach. It was not until hours later that we were informed of what happened to her. Once my son was finally evacuated from that school, it seemed like an eternity, but finally was able to hug him. I took him out of Meyer into the car with my husband. He told me that what the officers told him as they were leaving room 256, they said not to look down if he did not want to be traumatized, as there was a body outside the door. He said there was blood on his shoes. I could not visibly see it due to them being all black. I went back into Meyer as we were not leaving until we knew Madison was safe. We were all over that store just trying to get a clue. We were told to keep watching for the buses coming from the high school. Little did we know my son's bus was the last to arrive. However, once most of the store was clear, they called 3 families' names: Madison, Tate, and Hannah. We were led into a very small office as if we were sardines in a tin can. The officer just came right out to say, "We have news on the 3 students. They are deceased." In that moment, my whole world stopped. I heard the words and froze as if the world was spinning and I was standing still. Then came the cries and screaming from Madison's parents. The father of another student punched through the clock on the wall and continued to punch all the way down the wall until he was on the floor. I knew I was needed, so tried to comfort where I could in disbelief that this was, in fact, a real-life nightmare. I had to then make phone calls to let people know, as we had so many people looking for Madison. Those were the worst phone calls I've ever had to make. My husband was in the parking lot in my car. He just screamed and started punching the dashboard. That is how my kids found out that their cousin was killed that day. Both came into Meyer to confirm I was not lying. The look on their faces was just devastating. Walking slowly, faces red and tears streaming down their faces. I say all of this to paint a picture of the nightmare this 15-year-old caused on November 30th, 2021. I had a freshman, Mason, starting his high school journey, a time where he should be enjoying the last 4 years of school before becoming an adult, trying to decide what he wants to do with his life. My niece, a senior, that should have been doing college visits and finalizing applications to these colleges. She knew what she wanted out of her life and what she was going to do once she graduated. She wanted to become a behavioral analyst and to study neuroscience, something she will never have the chance to do. No child should ever have to experience losing a cousin, friend, or daughter ever. Now here we are, almost 2 years later, and still dealing with the effects of what this person did. Last school year, my son missed close to 60 days of school and was barely passing his classes. My child was always A's and B's, but last year, D's and E's. I'm grateful he passed, but things should not be this way. The thought that the defendant can get his GED disgusts me. I feel he lost that privilege when he walked out of that bathroom and started shooting. My son will graduate. However, Madison never did. Matter of fact, I attended her graduation and witnessed her mother and father accept her diploma on her behalf. She should have walked that stage and accepted it herself. Her chair should have been her sitting there and not with a picture of her and a basket of flowers. Madison was one amazing human being. She is one that people should take after and aim to be like. She was artistic, funny, caring, compassionate, driven, and overall just great. She was a large piece of our family puzzle. Now that she is gone, our family is broken. There are no longer family get-togethers for Christmas, and very rarely for birthdays. There's a crater-sized hole in the family. The fact that she was killed 15 feet from the door my son was behind that day cuts me every time. I often think, what if? What if she would have ran and got behind door 256 with Mason? What if she ran out the doors to the outside that were mere feet from where she was found? Would the outcome have been different? Something we will never know. My son walked by a body that day, and I hoped for so long it was not Madison, since only her and Hannah were the only ones that died in that hallway that day. It was not until months later we found out it was not her, but in fact Hannah. Does not make the situation any less traumatic or sad, as no child, or anyone for that matter, should have to be subjected to seeing this. Months later, I found out the whole truth of what happened that day to Madison. She happened around the corner the same time the defendant emerged from the bathroom shooting. She ended up 15 feet roughly from where my son was. Had he been evacuated the opposite way, he would have walked past her and not known it. Sadly, as time passes and the defendant gets the attention and quote-unquote fame he so desperately wants, it pulls the focus off these 4 lives that were taken way too soon. Madison, Tate, Hannah, and Justin. Criminals currently get treated better than the victims. The defendant needs to live in a cell for the rest of his natural-born life. With each breath he takes is one less than Madison gets to. The fact that he is even still here makes my blood boil. He took innocent lives, injured innocent people, terrorized innocent students, yet we get tablets and education privileges. I get it. We all have rights. What about Madison, Tate, Hannah, and Justin's rights? Right to live? Right to be here? I cannot speak on behalf of the other 3 families, but I know what this whole nightmare did to ours. Our whole world crumbled that day, and we are still attempting to glue the pieces back together, which they will never fit the same. Madison will never get to fulfill her dreams of graduating, going to college, getting married, having kids, and just enjoying what life has to offer. She was slated to do great things, and please know that she would have done just that and so much more if she were still here. Why? Because the defendant took that from her. She was scared for her life, cowering down, covering her head, I'm sure just hoping he would keep walking and let her live. But no. The defendant had to execute her as if she was some kind of threat to him, which she was not, nor would she have ever been. Madison was the nicest person you would ever meet. If everyone aspired to be half the person she was, this world would be that much more of a happier place. She was a senior, as I stated before. She had only been in Oxford High School for 3 months as she transferred from Clarkston schools. She barely knew anyone. She was in the wrong place at the wrong time, which gives the defendant no right to execute a scared girl because he needs to, quote-unquote, teach a lesson. No right to shoot anyone for that matter. He obviously missed a lot of lessons in life, whether it's from his parents, peers, or teachers. There are a lot of people in this world that have been subjected to a less than desirable home life or set of circumstances, but you do not see them out shooting up their school. It seems from everything that has come out, the defendant planned for months, researched outcomes, notated response times, mapped exits, and openly accepted his fate of spending his life in prison. So I ask you, do you feel like a 15-year-old, now 17, that put so much time and effort into this attack deserves to ever step out of those prison walls one day? I do not care that he had lousy parents. Maybe his brain is not fully developed, but he knows the difference between right and wrong. Yet he still followed through, knowing the consequences. Most people take these less than perfect situations and turn them into opportunities. The defendant chose the opposite path. He stated in his journal he was ready to spend the rest of his life in prison. I implore you to grant him his wish and sentence him with life without the possibility of parole.
Thank you, ma'am, for being here, and thank you for sharing the positive stories as it relates to your niece. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. People?
Do we have a minor next?
Thank you. If we could, please not record the minor or photograph the minor. Thank you. Thank you, and good morning. Because you're a minor, you do not have to say your name if you do not want to, but of course, if you wish to, you can go ahead and state your name. With that, you may go ahead with your statement this afternoon.
My name is Avery Bluenstein. I'm a junior at Oxford High School, and today I want you to look at me. I have faith that the justice system will do its job, and you will never see me in person. So today, I want you to look at me, because it'll be the only chance you'll ever get to. As I stand here today, I'm 16 years old, and I'm a junior at Oxford High School. I was 14 when you shot people right outside my classroom. As I think about it now, I can feel the adrenaline running through my veins. I was a freshman in room 256, my world history class. I sat on the floor of room 256, and there was no doubt in my mind. I was certain I was about to be murdered. More than thinking about myself, I thought about my sister, who I shared a room with. That night, she would come home to our shared room, and she would be alone. Would she get any sleep? Could she ever again? And at my funeral, what would they even talk about? I haven't accomplished anything. I was 14. I'm not done living. I wouldn't be able to hug my parents goodbye as I left for college. I thought I was never going to be able to get married because it was all about to end here in my history class. I hoped and prayed, please, when I get shot, don't let it be my face. My family wouldn't be able to handle it if I lost my face. Could my friends say goodbye if I didn't look like myself? November the 30th, 2021, I was given my very own life sentence. I was only 14. I am now sentenced to a lifetime of PTSD. I've spent hundreds of hours in therapy offices, and I've spent all my tears on this for so long. Whatever punishment the shooter gets, it will not be enough. Nothing could ever be enough. You took Hannah St. Juliana. She was so strong. She could have lived, but you stopped in your tracks and you shot her again. She didn't deserve it. My teachers, in the beginning of November, had made arrangements so I would sit with Hannah in my classes, because I was new to Oxford that year. My teachers looked through my schedule, and they looked for kids that I had a lot of classes with, and Hannah was on that list, and they knew her, and they knew that she was kind, so they told my teachers to set me with her. She was so talkative and friendly. Tate, Justin, and Madison didn't deserve it either. The only person who does is you, but much worse. In room 256, a boy announced while we were still in the class hiding, after looking on his phone, that Hannah had been shot. She was supposed to be there with me. The only thing I could think of was to text her. I, of course, didn't get a reply. She was supposed to be in my 5th hour class with me. As I was waiting for her reply, I thought, this can't be real. Come December, we'd be back sitting in history class. That night, I saw Hannah's face on the news. She was confirmed dead. Hannah had so much potential. She was set to do great things in this world. All that's left is her legacy. I used to have Hannah on the app Snapchat, and there's a feature on there where you can see where your friends are. It's called Snap Maps, and when you open up the program, it shows where your friends are. And I remember after I'd come home that day, I could still see her icon on the map, so I kept that hope that maybe she was fine. And even after, I would still see that whenever someone opened up her phone. I will never have an ounce of forgiveness for you. I will only learn to forgive myself. Because I didn't deserve this. My community didn't deserve this. I still have faith in people. I still believe that most people are good. You didn't rob me of my kind heart, even though I'm sure you wanted to. I am 10 times stronger than you will ever be. You do not have any power over me. After today, I live my life, you will go behind bars, and I'll never have to see your face again. You are a waste of space. I'm not sorry to say that. You're not special. You don't have a divine right. You're just an insecure, weak, fragile, insecure boy who could not deal with his own problems. Your name will never be said. Now, the rest of us are left with the pieces, and I'm going to ask you one more time to please look at me. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for being here and your courage to speak this afternoon. I know it took a lot, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, people.
Marcia Hudson.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. If you could, please state your name for the record.
Yes, that's Marcia Hudson.
Thank you. And Ms. Hudson, you may go ahead with your statement.
Good afternoon, Judge Rowe. I appreciate this opportunity to address the court. My name is Marcia Hudson, and I am the mother of 4 children, 2 of which were students at Oxford High School on November 30th, 2021. My daughter graduated from Oxford High School in June of 2022, and my son, a freshman during the 21-22 school year, is now a junior at Oxford High School. Before November 30th, 2021, my daughter would always wake up with a smile on her face. Cheerful, confident, optimistic, caring, and as reported by her teachers, often seen laughing with her friends, making TikTok videos in the hallway, and basking in the glow of what was starting off to be an amazing senior year. Life was finally getting back to normal, having just experienced a global pandemic, and her outlook was bright. Before November 30th, 2021, she loved attending football games with her friends, going to dances, playing soccer, planning events, and engaging in her studies. Life was good, as it should be when you are young and full of life. She was trusting of others, always ready to lend a helping hand, and was thrilled to be accepted into Miss Getz's mentoring class, for she truly cared about the well-being of everyone within the walls of Oxford High School. She wanted to make a difference for others. On the morning of November 30th, she joined Tate, Kylie, and the rest of the mentorship class to deliver their Bully Buster lessons at Oxford Middle School, serving as mentors and friends to these younger students. After the shooting, things have changed significantly for many of us, my daughter included. She still has trouble falling asleep and quite often awakens several times throughout the night. Loud sounds, sirens, and sudden movements cause an uncontrollable reaction in her. She involuntarily begins to shake. She drops to the ground, covering her head, and begins to cry. Like many, many of her friends and members of our community, she has been traumatized. She has been formally diagnosed with PTSD, anxiety, and depression by her medical doctors. It is important for me to note, however, that despite it all, she is making her way through and out, taking small steps forward, healing each and every day. The light is once again beginning to fill the dark spaces. This is happening, of course, because of her tremendous strength, the support she receives from her family and friends, but primarily it is through a lot of hard work she continues to do weekly with her therapist. Her father and I are tremendously proud of her. She is currently a pre-med major at Michigan State University, and despite everything she has endured and watched her friends endure, her faith in humanity is slowly returning. She is determined not to let the evil acts that she witnessed take anything more away from her. As a mother helping to navigate not just my children's emotional and mental health, but that of my own, I too recognize the ways in which I have been affected by this senseless act of violence. The events of November 30th, 2021 have rocked the very foundation of what I have known to be good and right about the world. And despite the depth and breadth of emotions that I have experienced since November 30th, 2021, has fundamentally changed who I am today. I struggle with my emotions to this day, and the thoughts, feelings, and memories continue to rise up unexpectedly, like as I drive into the local Meijer parking lot, my mind still flashes back to the day that we all raced there, praying and pleading along the way. I remember arriving and watching my child crying, unseen, running back and forth across the parking lot, completely panic-stricken. I remember how desperate I was to get her into the car and hold her close, to hug the fear and sadness away. Simultaneously, I think about and pray for the parents of those that also raced to Meijer, so that they too could be reunited with their shaking, panic-stricken children, only to learn that they will never again be able to hold their child. These emotions are triggered by memories. There are still moments when I receive a text from my son or daughter, and my heart skips a beat, remembering the text I received from my daughter moments before I understood what was happening. I love you, Mom. A gun is in the school. And later that day, when I had a number of children sitting in my TV room, shaking, crying, in a state of shock, one with his classmates' blood still on his shirt, watching the news reports, the increasingly disturbing tragedy unfolding before our eyes in my beloved town in real time, the looks on their faces as they realized which of their friends were wounded and were killed, how life as they knew it had changed forevermore. Memories of the yellow and blue ribbons, the Oxford Strong signs, the makeshift memorial at the high school, the prayer vigils, and the funerals. On November 30th, 2021, 4 beautiful people were taken from this earth and 7 others wounded through a senseless act of evil. I believe that the Oxford High School shooter should remain in jail for the remainder of his life and be sentenced to life without the chance of parole. The shooter, who craves notoriety, is not deserving to have his name included in my thoughts, and so I'm intentionally omitting his name from this written statement. I do, however, wish that his parents would have provided him with the love and care that he deserved and was begging for seemingly all his life. I will never mention the shooter's name ever again. Instead, I choose to take this opportunity to remember and honor our victims. Multi-talented Justin for his heroism, his wit, and wisdom. Madison for her ability to make the world more beautiful, not only by her presence, but by the amazing works of art that she created. Tate, our forever captain, Oxford's superhero. Through his legacy of leadership, our community's youth will emulate and strive to embody Tate's traits through their involvement in the incredible 42-strong Tate Muir Foundation. And Hannah, our beautiful flower, whose memory will be honored in many ways, especially through a garden that is currently being constructed in her honor. We will all care for Hannah's garden. We will visit and remember and bask in both its beauty and her memory. their legacies, their beauty, their love of life, and the gifts they bestowed to others. We will remember you. Tate Muir, Hannah St. Juliana, Madison Baldwin, and Justin Schilling. Forevermore. Love wins.
Thank you for your statements this afternoon, ma'am.
Madeline Johnson. Madeline Johnson is next, Judge.
Thank you. And good afternoon, ma'am. If you could, please state your name.
Madeline Johnson.
Thank you. You may go ahead and proceed with your statement.
Thank you. My name is Madeline Johnson, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of myself, my family, and my best friend, Madison Baldwin. I was a senior at Oxford High School when the shooting happened, and I would like to start this off by sharing the shirt I'm wearing. Madison used to draw me doodles on gum wrappers, and I'd keep them. One day she gifted me the one on the front of my shirt, and she said that it was the two of us as dinosaurs, best friends, even in the prehistoric times. This is one of the only things I have left to remember her by. This is the back.
Thank you.
On November 30th, 2 years ago, Maddie and I were coming from our 4th hour AP statistics class that we had together, and we were walking down the 200 hallway. I had a lot of time to get to my next class, so I figured I would walk Maddie to her 5th hour class, sociology. Once we neared the end of the hallway, we realized that the shortcut she usually took, the courtyard, was closed for the season. I've since heard that the courtyards were not closed that day, but we both seemed to think that they were. We had to take the long route instead, the one that curved around the school. Little did we know we were walking straight towards a gunman. Since neither of us had intended on taking the long route, I realized that I was going to be late for class. So I said goodbye to her and turned around to start walking the other way. I didn't think that goodbye was going to be permanent. I thought it was goodbye for an hour, and I'll see you next class. As soon as I started walking the other direction, I heard the first round of bullets. The pattern of them still plays in my head every single day. For a moment, just a fraction of a second, everything went quiet, or at least it did for me. I looked around the hallway and saw looks of horror on the faces of teachers and other students. Their faces are frozen in my mind. I didn't see Madison. I couldn't see where she went. After that fraction of a second passed, it sunk in for everyone in the hallway, and it was chaos. People were screaming, running, pushing, and shoving. Doors were being slammed shut as kids desperately tried to make it to a classroom, and more gunshots rang in my ears. I wasn't in control of my own body anymore, and I couldn't feel any of my limbs. My hearing went out, sort of like when you're underwater and people above you are talking. My vision went blurry, and I didn't even realize that I was running as fast as I possibly could to the other end of the 200 hallway. I later recalled that I passed so many exits, so many side doors, but during those few minutes of hell in the hallway, all I could do was run forward. I found out that Madison died a few hours later from a photo on somebody's Snapchat story. I didn't believe it until multiple other people confirmed it for me. Even then, for months, I still didn't really believe it. The moment it really sank in that she was gone forever was the day we had to go back to the high school. I sat in my ceramics class, our favorite class, and I watched as students poured through the door, and I waited for her to come sit at her seat right next to me, and I waited and waited, and I finally realized that she was never coming. For a long time, I blamed myself. I should have continued to walk her to class because then maybe things would be different. I blamed those stupid courtyard doors for being locked on us, because if we'd taken the shortcut, she would still be here. But now I realize where the blame truly lies, and it lies with that monster sitting over there who can't even look at me. My life has been nothing short of a complete and total mess for the past 2 years. I can't trust anybody anymore. I don't make friends. I can barely keep my current friends because I can't let anyone get close to me anymore. I can hardly attend my college classes. I can't go into rooms that only have one door. I can barely go to concerts, malls, and other crowded places. I can't fall asleep without waking up in a panic from nightmares, and the only place I truly feel safe is my bedroom. I used to be a nicer person. I used to be fearless. I used to be a good friend, but I can't be any of those things anymore because the only thing that is ever on my mind are those gunshots, playing over and over again on a loop. I don't enjoy things anymore, but all these combined are not even nearly as painful as it is to live without my best friend. I want the person who did this to know that Madison would have been your friend. I want you to know that she would have treated you with nothing but kindness had you not killed her. I'm not sure how much emotion you're capable of feeling, but I hope you regret it. And I hope it eats away at you. And I hope you feel even a fraction of the loneliness that I felt over these last 2 years. But I can't leave this courtroom today thinking that you won, and I can't let you think that either. You turned your pain into hatred, and I turned mine into love. That right there is one of the many differences between you and I. You were never going to know what it's like to have a friend who would do anything for you, and you'll never know what it's like to be happy. You took 4 lives. You took Madison's life, but you didn't, and you never will take away who she was. She knew joy, she knew love, she knew laughter, happiness, and friendship. She had such a rich life, and she truly lived it. You are never going to know what it's like to be loved, and that is why I win. Because of what you did, you are alone. You are completely and totally alone for the rest of your life. There are no punishments in this world that could ever make up for what he took from us. Not even 1,000,000 life sentences could begin to serve justice, but you have the power to sentence one. 1 life sentence without the possibility of parole. If that is the best closure we are ever going to get, then that is the only viable option. Any lesser sentence or any possibility of parole would be a slap in the face to everyone who is here today. Giving a mass murderer a second chance at life after he took 4 lives, injured 7 people, and traumatized students like myself is unthinkable. Thank you, and please take this into consideration.
Thank you for being here, and I'm very sorry about the loss of your friend, but thank you for your strength and courage in speaking this afternoon.
Thank you.
People?
Judge, we have a minor next as well.
Thank you. Thank you, and good afternoon to you. Because you're a minor, you don't have to say your name on the record if you do not want to. But of course, if you want to, you may go ahead and state your name. With that, you may go ahead and proceed with your statement this afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hello, Your Honor. I'm a survivor. My name is Addison Koss. I was an Oxford High School freshman when this tragedy occurred. Before this happened on November 30th, I was living my childhood out doing what I loved and being oblivious to the world around me and all its bad things. Before this day, I have never seen or heard a gun in person or violence around me. My life was basically perfect, but all of that went away fast. A week before Thanksgiving, there was a threat of a shooting. It was false, but I seen the defendant in the hallway, and I had a bad feeling about him, that he was dangerous. The week we got back from Thanksgiving break, the next thing I knew, I was in my biology class nervous for our test. I was going to use the bathroom before the test, but thank God I got caught up talking with my friends. All of a suddenly, in the middle of our conversation, I heard 3 bangs. At the first, I thought it was a fight on the fourth one. I recognized it was gunshots, and about 4 more followed. Me and my friend were near the door, and we hugged each other tight and ran to the corner. When we reached the corner, we kneeled down, hugging each other for dear life. It felt like slow motion. While our teacher was closing the door, I was thinking he was going to get into the room. Once the door was closed, I heard a few more shots. I noticed my phone was still on my desk across the room, and all I wanted was contact with my mom. That made me feel hopeless. It got me thinking I'm never going to see my family or parents again. That made my heart sink. My life was flashing before my eyes. I started crying. I wanted my mom. Luckily, my friend had her phone, and I was able to tell my mom I loved her. An hour of horror went by. Me and my classmates were crying and worried for our lives and our friends' lives. We were trying to figure out if our friends were okay. Finally, a police officer came in to rescue us. At that moment, I thought this all was a bad dream. When we finally came outside, the cold breeze hit my face, following the officer out to get searched. After I was searched, I called my grandma because my parents were at work and I thought they would not be able to come pick me up for some reason. When I heard my grandma's voice, I broke down crying because I thought I would never hear her voice again. She reassured me. Then we got on the bus to Meyer to reunite with our family. On the bus, my other grandma called me and told me my mom was on her way to Meyer and she was offering her support. At Meyer, I was finally able to be back in my mom's warm arms as we hugged more tightly than ever before. We finally arrived home, and my dad greeted me with the biggest hug he has ever given me. He usually is an unemotional person. The rest of the night was filled with grief. The after effects on me was I could not sleep alone for weeks after this tragedy. I slept in my parents' room for the first week, and I don't usually sleep with my dog, but my dog had to sleep with me. I also now always tell my family and my friends and my loved one multiple times a day I love them because I'm scared of losing them. I also still get nervous in crowded spaces because I'm scared I would not be able to escape. But all I am sensitive to is loud noises because it reminds me of that day. There has also been many more effects on me, but this has also impacted my family and my peers. My mom sometimes still cries when she is talking about that day because she was traumatized. She didn't know if I was okay or make it out alive. And my 7-year-old cousin asked me after if it would happen to her too, and that really broke my heart because a child should not have to worry about that because she's just a little kid and no one should ever have to worry about that. This also impacted the parents who lost their babies that were dear to their heart, and my heart just breaks for them. These kids who lost their lives are the most incredible human beings to ever walk this earth. They all have impacts on their community members. Hannah, Tate, Madison, and Justin were kind beyond words, positive, and most importantly, care for their peers in our community. There are some more meaningful traits about them that I admire. Also, the other 7 who survived are also in possession of the same traits and are strong beyond words. So, Your Honor, I am asking you to give this defendant, or should I say monster, life in prison without the possibility of parole in a maximum security prison, because this monster should never be free again and suffer because he took the life of Hannah, Tate, Justin, and Madison, and injured 7 others, and also impacted another 2,000 people, traumatizing them all for life. Why should he walk free while we're suffering the trauma he put on us? Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you for your statements this afternoon.
Another minor, Judge?
Thank you. And with that, we'll keep the recording down. Thank you. If you wish, you may state your name, but because you're a minor, you do not have to. With that, you may go ahead and proceed with your statement this afternoon.
My name is Sylvia Lester. By my understanding, a victim impact statement shares the story of how a crime has affected oneself. I feel compelled to share my own story. I never understood or grasped the truly devastating reality of losing someone you love. I still haven't grasped the concept, to be completely honest. The only coherent words that came out of my mouth when I received the phone call that my beautiful best friend "14-year-old Hannah St. Juliana had been shot to death" were, "Oh my God." I thought her sister was lying to me on the phone, for there was no way that my Hannah had been brutally killed in their school hallway mere minutes after I left her to head to my 5th-hour class. After being placed in lockdown, I hid in the corner of my darkened English classroom, oblivious to the true carnage happening just across the courtyard from me. I can still feel the echoes of a classmate's hand clenched tightly in my own interlocked fingers. I can hear my blood rushing through my ears as I waited to experience the ring of a gunshot that would end my life. I can no longer walk down the street without thinking someone is waiting to kill me, aiming for me. The sound of sirens automatically alerts my brain to another school shooting, and to the numbing walk after leaving high school, to the same irrational call that will inevitably be following, informing me the other person I love is gone. To the imagined portrayal of Hannah bleeding out on the floor of our history hallway. This image will forever be stamped on the forefront of my mind. There are people that I now truly hate in this world. These types of people, in some way, take something from another. In a manner of speaking, they are thieves. Though, ironically, most thieves could return what they took if only they had the fortitude to do it. This thief, you, a murderer, can't give me back what you stole. You stole my best friend. You stole my carefree laughter. You stole my Christmases. You stole my Tuesdays. You stole my New Year's. You stole my Friday night football games. You stole Hannah's 15th birthday. You stole Hannah's 16th birthday. You have stolen every single one of her birthdays. You stole my 16th birthday, along with my 17th and everyone following it. You stole my ability to live life without the crushing fear of being killed at any given moment. You stole my love of school. You stole the love I had for the naivety in people. You stole my trust in the innocuous people on the sidewalk. You stole the comfort of my room by leaving me petrified of the dark and the horrors that may be lurking in it, waiting for me to let down my guard once again. You stole my dreams and turned them into recurring nightmares where my best friend bleeds out on the floor of our school. You made me into someone that I never would have recognized at 15. You took the girl that I was, tore her to shreds, and left her to find a way to suffer through every single day without the presence and loving friendship of Hannah St. Juliana. It was asked in the Miller hearing if it was traumatizing to lose your best friend. You don't need an expert to tell you, you need only ask me. As was most likely predicted, the answer to that question is a resounding yes. Traumatized because I thought Hannah would forever change her jewelry. Because I never thought I would have to be the one who would speak at a funeral, right after turning the young age of 15. I never thought I would look at my best friend's emotionless 14-year-old face in a casket. I never thought there would be a bed of flowers cushioning Hannah's lifeless body as a freshman in high school. I never thought there would be the sound of bagpipes leading her enclosed body out of a church. I never thought there would be a week when Hannah didn't have a new nail color. The reasons are endless to why it's traumatizing to lose a best friend. I thought we were allowed to be innocent as children. I never could have fathomed I would blame myself for the death of my best friend. I never could have imagined a day where I would have to blame myself to try and give a reason as to why she died, to why you decided to take her life. I never could have conceived the idea that at 15 I would feel as if my best friend's blood was on my hands, all due to the reality that I left her in a hallway because I didn't want to be late to class. I've convinced myself that if only we would have gone to the bathroom, Hannah's life would have been spared and my happiness would be intact. We didn't get to be children for very long, for these aren't the thoughts any innocent child should mull over. The day Hannah was killed, you left the shell of 15-year-old me, crying and shattered on a hardwood floor in the fetal position, encased in my own arms, with tear tracks that will forever be tattooed on my face as well as my heart. To this day, I'm convinced I'm still lying on that hardwood floor, rejecting the actuality that I live while Hannah doesn't. You left Hannah St. Juliana, my best friend, my person, lying dead on the floor in a pool of her own blood. On November 30th, you terrorized 1,800 students and teachers. You shot 6 defenseless students and 1 teacher. And ultimately, you killed Madison Baldwin, Justin Schilling, Tate Meir, and Hannah St. Juliana. You should never, ever get the opportunity to steal from anyone else ever again in your entire life. You shouldn't have stolen from me. I shouldn't have to remember Hannah for longer than I knew her. Hannah's last words to me, in the middle of the school hallway, arms linked, held tilted together, were, "I'll call you later." I never got a call.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and for your statements this afternoon. I'm very sorry for your loss of your friend. Thank you for your statements. Thank you, sir.
Jason?
Yes. Council approach before the next individual approaches the podium. Please remove your hat in courtroom. Thank you. Thank you. With that, people, it's the next individual minor. Thank you. And good afternoon. If you could please state your name for the record.
Jace McCarthy.
Thank you. And you may go ahead and proceed with your statement.
To explain how I was affected, I would have to tell you that I feel like my mind is stuck in a Meyer parking lot, which sounds silly. For most kids in Oxford, the Meyer parking lot was viewed as a hangout spot, a place you would go to sit in a parking lot, wasting gas and talking about gossip or life problems. Strolling down aisles for hours trying to waste time before curfew. But most days I'm stuck in a Meyer parking lot. A parking lot filled with my peers hugging each other, cameras everywhere with reporters shoving microphones in faces, asking questions we couldn't comprehend at the time, with police sirens flooding the streets in my senses, and helicopters flying overhead. I am still there. I can feel the concrete underneath my feet. The cold, harsh wind still greets my face, even in the warmest July heat. I am still as the world spins, and my hindsight becomes blurred and hazy. I was coaxed into a state of shock for a long time. Some days I miss it, the feeling, the unknown, before it was real, when I was whole. When people started to come out and tell the world that they lost a piece of themselves that day, or they were looking for the person they were before the shooting, I didn't think I was a part of that group. Maybe I was taking it too literally, or maybe I wasn't aware enough to realize. I think for a long time I was walking around fractured and not knowing it. I didn't know when I lost that part of me. I still don't. Was it when I saw cop car after cop car from everywhere in the state? Was it before I saw 3 confirmed dead on the TV? Was it when I saw post after post of Madison's senior photo being used as a makeshift missing poster? Was it when the world stopped? My older brother came home a little after I did. He sobbed into my mother's arms. I can't remember a time he cried before that. I sat in a kitchen chair, confused, unsure what to do. So I left and walked to my room. Unfortunately, the walls weren't thick enough to prepare me for the words that came out of his mouth next. Nate's brother was shot. He was shot in the head, Mom. I felt time froze. I didn't know what to think. I didn't think I was hearing his words correctly. I was mixing up kids in my grade, scrambling for a name that I was clearly blanking out on. I remember staring blankly at my phone, hoping that it would somehow tell me magically what to do. No one tells you how to comfort someone after receiving news like that, so I stayed hidden in my room. Justin Schilling, someone my brother has known for years. The number on the TV screen felt more like a cruel weight that suffocated me. The number on the screen was real. Nothing screams real like a gurney outside the exit of your old chemistry class. I didn't sleep that night. I was hoping I would hear news about Justin, calling friends of friends who knew something. I told my mom in the early morning hours that people were saying goodbyes. I didn't want to be the one to tell my older brother. Looking back, I'm sure he knew.
By 9 a.m., Justin Schilling was trending on social media. Justin Schilling is dead. I went to vigils out of nonstop guilt. I kept every candle. They've been collecting dust in a senior memory box that I made 2 weeks before my senior year, with high hopes that it would hold things like good grades and grad cards, turned into a gravesite of everything that embodies the 30th, from coping cards to Oxford Strong mementos. I still have wax on my shoes that I don't have the heart to clean. It's strange that I view that as a better time, not having to cope with the grief or loss because it hadn't hit me yet. Depending on the day, I'm aware enough to know that that wasn't a better time. A better time was not having to walk where kids bled out and died. A better time was not knowing the kid who sat at my homecoming table, or the fact that 2 months later he was going to school with a gun with the full intent on using it. A better time was worrying about how I was going to pass my math class and not how fast I could put in a night lock. I haven't been able to go to college out of fear that I'll go through another school shooting. I've watched friends drop out. Every day I fear for my siblings who are still in school. I fear for my friends. Every time I hear a whisper about a campus threat, I find myself praying, begging whoever's up there that my friends are safe. I can't bring myself to even think about the worst scenario. I don't know if I could go to another vigil. I don't know if I could go through it all over again. I hate cameras flashing. The sound of cameras clicking gives me the sense of unease. You never really get told the after. It's not just one thing, it's many. No one tells you the after. The only way you know is when you go through it. My friends and I's grief will forever be for the public view. Our faces on the front page above the fold or trending on some news network. Our tears will forever be engraved in film. The worst day of our lives will forever be attached to our names and to our faces. One quick search shows us at our absolute lowest and most vulnerable, and no matter how far I run, no matter where I go, I can never escape the everlasting fear that the 30th has instilled in me. I do not get to move on. Every day I'm reminded of the 30th. Each time I feel my hair get blonder, I hear myself repeat 151 days till graduation in the back of my mind. I hear voices of people I haven't spoke to in ages. I hear cameras clicking, and I feel the weight of my brother's cries washing over me for the first time all over again. I'm a senior in high school again. I find myself unable to move on. I find myself back where I was in the Mara parking lot with the wind and the sirens. And maybe if I could find that kid with bleached hair and torn up Vans wearing a coat that wasn't his, maybe wondering if he would have rehearsal afterwards. Maybe I could find forgiveness, but I know I never will. I chase after him most days. I see him across the street or down the hall. He haunts me, a constant reminder that I will never be the same, that death and trauma isn't something that can be scrubbed away no matter how hard I may try. My words will never be able to paint a perfect picture or make an outsider truly understand the haze the world turned into in that Meyer parking lot. A haze that somehow turned into hours within a blink, and then it was days, which somehow turned into months, and when I woke up from it all, I was left with a heavy burden of loss, grief, and guilt that will forever ache in my bones and taint the air I breathe. It's more of a person, a friend, something that knows my ins and outs, and I'm sure I'll be holding its hand for a very long time. It'll greet me when I least expect it in the years to come. It waits on the edge of my bed every morning and tucks me in at night. It follows me around, always looking over my shoulder. It's the voice that tells me to check my exits, follow the rule of 3. 3 exits, 3 hiding spots, 3 things I can use to defend myself. That open spaces aren't safe, that loud sudden noises means it's life or death and I need to run, that backpacks don't just hold books but lethal weapons that someone is just itching to use. It tells me I will never be safe. It makes me second guess when I hear sirens. I can never tell if they're real. If my room gets quiet enough, I can hear them. They're more than a familiar sound, yet when my body hears emergency vehicles, I can't help but tense up. If I can't sleep at night, it crawls into my bed beside me, making me think of what ifs, or what I'll do, who I'll call, what I'll say if it happens again. And as the 30th approached closer, I find myself in sleepless nights. The cold air gets harder to breathe. The weight on my chest becomes ever more present, and I'm looking over my shoulder. Every small noise becomes a mental game of am I safe? Even the crunchy snow becomes a cruel reminder. Passing by the school around this time of year gets harder because when there's no cars, my mind convinces itself that I'm on break, that I'm 18 again. I have to look in the mirror and I have a hard time seeing the person who's looking back at me, because sometimes time isn't linear to me. I expect to see the person I was. I have a hard time to remind myself that I haven't been 18 for a minute, that I'm not playing Nancy Drew over Deerhead conspiracies, and I'm not skipping my online class for the 80th time that semester, or I'm not going to walk into 5th hour and listen to the girl next to me talk about her teacher. That I am 20, that the world moves on, and I just didn't know it would move on without me. That it's mostly in my mind or in my head. Time is a very strange thing. Some days the 30th doesn't feel real. It feels like it was decades ago, and others I'm right back in it.
I don't know why pain and trauma are like this. I don't know why it tends to rush me or corners me. I don't know why it acts like I have places to be. I ask myself a lot, why is the weight on my shoulders? Why is the guilt of surviving on my doorstep, and why is it pounding on my door? Often I wake up, and the first thing I do is pull myself together. I find myself trying to scream my way out of nightmares. It's become my go-to method of waking myself up. It gets my mind to the real world. People who have never gone through something like this will view this as closure, an ending, moving on. When something is over, I don't get to move on. That weight and guilt doesn't dissipate over me. This traumatic event has changed me indefinitely, and there's never going to be an undo button. I will never hear the chance of Sean talk about Justin in the present tense again. I will never hear friends talk about future plans with Hannah or Tate. Only what ifs and promises never seem through. We never get to wake up and move on with the loss. It lives with us and appears with us in least expected ways. And that is something the shooter will never have to endure. He will never have to go through what he made us go through on the 30th. And for as long as I have to carry on with the weight of his actions, I believe he should too. So maybe I'll forever be in that Meijer parking lot, the guilt and grief being more familiar than the back of my hand. And maybe I'll forever be chasing the idea of who I was that day. The looming fear of never getting better or healing will always dangle over my head. But just like the what ifs and nightmares, I know for as long as I live, I will pray and I will hope that there is a shadow of incarceration and karma haunting him for the rest of his life.
Thank you. Thank you for your statement.
Thank you.
With that, we're going to go ahead and we're going to break for lunch. We're going to break very briefly. I do want to attempt to get this hearing done today, and so we're going to break. We will return to court at 1:35 p.m. With that, to the individuals that are in the gallery, please be seated until the defendant has exited the courtroom. With that, deputies, you may take the defendant. Thank you. With that, court stands in recess.
All rise.
Check, check, check.
I'm going out.
Usually I get that close to someone I'm usually there for. You know, not the situations I'm going to be stupid. Okay. Yeah. Take it home. Oh, you're like, it's like going on the hotel, you're stocking up on. Well, I show you the picture of what beer. Actually, the beer came after. I had four. But like, I mean, we started at like 5:30. Caleb came home at 4. Not like, she had to like refine and refinish.
Kwame Rowe presiding.
Thank you, ladies.
Your Honor, calling People versus Ethan Crumbley, case number 2022-279-506 FC.
Thank you. Appearances for the record.
Karen McDonald on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Mark Keast, on behalf of the people.
I'll let Michelle Lawson on behalf of Ethan Crumbley. Amy Pop on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Rachel McKelvey on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Before we begin, I would note that the court did shorten the lunch period here to make sure that we can hopefully finish the proceedings this afternoon. If anyone needs to step out to eat additional food, the court will allow that. However, we need to conduct these proceedings efficiently and forthwith. And so, with that, people, you may call the next individual that wishes to speak.
Thank you, Judge. Miss Olivia McMillan.
Thank you. Thank you, and good afternoon, ma'am. If you could, please state your name.
Olivia McMillan.
Thank you. You may go ahead and proceed with your statement to the court.
I've thought about what I might say for almost 2 years now at the time of writing this statement. I don't think I could ever put into words or will ever be able to put into words the emotions I've gone through since that cold, icy day of November 30th. Desperation, numbness, guilt, fear, grief, loss, anger, hopelessness, yearning, the list goes on. I don't even know where to start or how to start. Since 2018, at the young age of 13, I've feared school shootings. I observed the harsh realities of the Parkland shooting through Snapchat videos taken in classrooms as they were surrounded by their dead friends and peers. I was so fearful of this happening to myself, my friends, my classmates. I had vivid nightmares, took the drills and lessons in schools about what to do in these situations very seriously. I always knew where the nearest exit was, in a new room, building, choosing my seat carefully, and paying attention to who was around me in public. This was all before. But I entered high school, a new environment, new friends, new classes. Everyone talks about how wonderful high school is supposed to be, how it's supposed to be some of the most pivotal moments of your young life. I was lucky enough to make some friends who truly made it feel like these were the moments you live for. Justin Schilling was one of those friends. I've known Justin since the beginning of middle school. We rode the same bus. He was the last stop in the morning and the first stop in the afternoon. He had a big smile with these round cheeks and crooked teeth. We weren't anything more than acquaintances at the time. We had mutual friends, probably talked here and there on the bus, but there was nothing more than that. It wasn't until the beginning of our freshman year that a friendship started to flourish. He still had the same big smile and crooked teeth. He was such a light to be around. Always doing something to make you laugh, wishing you good luck on whatever sporting event you had going on, helping you with your homework, asking you about your day, the list goes on. I've been friends with Justin for well over 5 years now, and words will never be able to describe him. I can say how charming, funny, sarcastic, encouraging, and wise beyond his years he is, but these words only demonstrate an inkling of Justin and who he is. I had just walked into my AP statistics class around 12:49-ish. I remember I sat down, texting one of my friends, playfully complaining about one of our other friends that I had just seen in the hallway. Right then, my class heard shots. I looked directly at my teacher, and my brain was telling me it was a senior prank. Someone was slamming or banging on the lockers. It was something along those lines. My teacher was closing the door because she didn't want to deal with whatever prank was going on outside in the hallway. It was far from a prank. I don't know when my brain flipped and knew that I was in danger and began to move desks, tables, chairs, filing cabinets to barricade the door. I don't know when my brain told me to get someone to hand me my big metal water bottle just in case we needed to fight. I don't know when my brain told me to text my parents. And I don't know when my brain told me to text the group chat with 3 of my other best friends in it. But I did. I wanted to make sure they were okay. Justin was in that group chat. I sent a simple text, "Are you okay?" just asking if he and my other 2 friends were safe. The response we got still makes me sick to my stomach. Justin told us he was in the bathroom with the shooter. And the next text we got from him after was, quote unquote, "I love you guys." Little did I know that would be my last text I ever received from Justin. I didn't think he was dead. I really didn't. I believed he was going to be okay. From what I was being told, I knew it was most likely going to be a difficult recovery, but I believed for another 20 hours that he was going to be okay. I was planning on going to the hospital in a few days to visit Justin, hang out with him, and help him through this, just as he's always helped me with whatever I needed and whatever I was going through. The night after the shooting, I was sat in my room alone. There wasn't a future that didn't have Justin in it. He was going to get better, and he was going to
continue to tease me. He was going to go to prom with us. He was going to graduate and walk across the stage, probably brag about all his honors and rewards that he was going to get. We were going to celebrate it. He was going to be there for our last summer before college, swimming, bowling, having bonfires, taking film photos, and then after that experience in college and making years of memories. From the day I met Justin, I knew I wanted to be his friend, and as I got to know him, he became more than just a friend. He became family. I knew he was going to be in my life for years to come. I just didn't know it was only going to be as a memory. He wasn't able to finish his senior year. He wasn't able to go to prom or graduate. It was ripped from him all in one of the most horrific and gruesome ways possible. I dream of what could have been. I have vivid nightmares of what has happened and what could happen. If myself and my classmates were gunned down in our high school, what makes that any different from going to a grocery store or on the street or a coffee shop or a restaurant? There isn't a difference. I don't trust people anymore. Anyone walking by in a car sitting 2 seats over, I don't trust anyone in any circumstances. Noises, I wonder if it was a car. Why are there so many sirens? Was that a gunshot or just a bang of a dumpster, the crash of metal? Or maybe a pop of an old banged up car driving by. Or at least that's what I hope. I try to lay down at night and escape the real world, but I can't. It's almost worse as I try to fall asleep. Sleep paralysis haunts my nights. All my fears and anxieties that have been pushed down throughout the day come full force in the most nights, paralyzing me in fear, not allowing me to sleep peacefully. Peacefulness never comes. I believe that the defendant should be given the maximum sentence, life without parole. I never want to see the defendant or hear about the defendant ever again. The defendant took the lives of Hannah St. Juliana, Tate Meir, Madison Baldwin, and my best friend Justin Schilling. And they will never be able to experience the world, so why should the defendant? Now I only have memories of Justin because of the defendant's actions, and I would like to share one. For those who have known Justin, knew that he gave the best advice, even when you didn't ask for it sometimes. While I struggle to remember every piece of advice he's ever given me over the years, I wanted to share this one. Quote, "There's no reason to be sad because it all doesn't matter. Life will end. And that's why you can't care about everything, you know? Just care about what makes you happy because that's all that matters. Because in the end, we don't have much time. So do what makes you happy." And that was from Justin Schilling.
Thank you. And I'm sorry for the loss of your friend, but thank you very much for your statements this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next is a minor judge.
Thank you. And if again we could please turn away the camera and no photographing of minors. Thank you. And good afternoon to you. Because you're a minor, you do not have to say your name for the record if you don't want to. But of course, if you want to say your name, you're more than welcome to do so. With that, you may proceed with your statement this afternoon.
Thank you. I'm Frederick Shepard. Thank you for letting me speak today, Your Honor. If I could, I would like to address the defendant, or offender, sorry. I wanted to clarify to you one small thing before you go and spend the rest of your pointless waste of a life sitting there with nothing left to rot away to. I know that through all of this, you desperately wanted to be remembered as one of the school shooters. I know you wanted to be loved and cared for from the awful things that you did, but you have never been loved, you have never been cared for, and you will never be remembered. You may attempt to convince yourself that you have finally got your way, that the world, or more importantly, your parents are finally able to see just how messed up you are. But even to this day, nearly 2 years later, they don't. Once they found out what was happening that godforsaken day, they did not care about you. They didn't text you to find out if you were okay. They never called just so they could hear your voice. They never said the words, "I love you." And once the dust had settled, they didn't attempt to find their child, who had supposedly just been through the most traumatic experience of their life, but instead they ran. They ran as far away from you as they possibly could. When even your own two parents, who are supposed to love you and care for you, no matter what the world may throw your way, don't love you, you know you are unloved. You may think that in some small way, the news has to be remembering you. The news has to remember you any time they report on the story. But they don't. They do not care about the actions, but instead the consequences. They do not care about the person who committed the crime, but instead the people affected. You are simply a forgotten teeny tiny puzzle piece someone lost under the couch and never cared enough to find. You will never be remembered. Your microscopic brain may still believe that because you committed the heinous act of unthinkable violence in a public building that remains standing, you will be remembered and cared for. You will not. In 5, 10, 15 years, no one will remember you, let alone what happened in that building. They will not remember the predator, but instead the prey. They will not remember that one cold, hell-like day a student had enough of this world and decided to take it out on innocent people, but instead the innocent lives who were cut entirely too short. You may think that in some incredibly small ways, the families who are yelling at you, insulting you, screaming obscenities at you, must care about you. They don't. They couldn't care less if it was you sitting in front of them or if it was someone off the street. They are not mad at you. They are not upset with you. They are not wanting to kill the person sitting there. They are mad at the situation. They are upset at the situation. They want to kill the situation. No one cares if you are a part of their life or not. Your speck of a brain may still believe that when the family speaks of their loved ones, they have to be reminded of you. They don't. When they speak of their loved ones, they remember the laughs, the cries, the ups, the downs, the in-betweens, and the love, not the fear, unsettlement, and sense of danger they had to endure in the last seconds of their life. They remember the beautiful, amazing lives they lived, not the horrendous last seconds they had to interact with you. You may still have the idea that by me standing up here in front of you, by me expressing all this anger, I must hate you, which in your jumbled translation means I love you. I hate the feeling that every time I am somewhere in public, I need to have people constantly surrounding me so I can easily blend in and escape. I hate the feeling that I constantly need to stay on guard and constantly need to mark every possible exit, think through every situation, watch every single person that seemingly looks suspicious to me, just in case someone came in wanting to kill me. I hate thinking that every time I go to bed, there's someone just outside my window, someone who has been stalking me, waiting for the perfect moment to shoot me dead. I hate constantly being reminded of the hell that I endured. I hate seeing flashes when I close my eyes at night. I hate hearing bangs in my head. I hate hearing sirens. I hate picturing that hallway I was in. I hate that my trauma is all I can ever think about. I hate the position you have put me in. But I do not hate you, and I certainly do not love you. I remember giving my loving dog a hug and seeing my normally hyperactive boxer standing so still, staring up at me, seemingly knowing I was in pain and I needed her. I remember telling my new fish that I almost didn't make it home that day and wondering if my parents would have forgotten to feed them if I died that day. I remember the realization of what I meant to my family when my mom had to frantically search for me, her only child, knowing that if she lost me, she wouldn't have anything. I remember the care of my neighbors when they came and checked on me and gave me the smallest feeling of normalcy that I so needed. I remember the rush of love I felt when so many people in my life called me or came to see me, so they could comfort me and see my face. I remember the noisiness in my head as I desperately tried to make sense of what had just happened to me. I remember how wide my eyes were as I stared at the news coverage, how I snapped at my parents to keep the TV on while I sat there with a pillow, the button digging into me, motionless, zombie-like, staring at the footage of the room I had just escaped from. But I do not ever remember caring to learn who had done this to me, who had caused all of this for me, and I still don't. I remember hearing the initial gunshots, realizing something wasn't right. I remember paying attention to every bang I heard because I knew, though didn't understand why, it would be important at the dinner table conversation I would later have that night. I remember standing there, begging my guardian angel to let me in, to save my life, attempting to put a pathetic, desperate, scared baby deer look on my face, while I heard chaos erupting behind me. I remember the terror of the sensation of a bullet buzzing my head and the evasive thoughts that I had just evaded death itself. I remember hearing the first of the police to arrive and trying to convince myself, it's okay, I'm safe now, even though I knew nothing. I remember that god-awful feeling of my Fitbit vibrating viciously on my wrist, alternating between calls from my mom and my dad over and over and over again, while I stared at my backpack, housing my phone safely out of my reach. I remember listening to every single siren that passed, listening for the whoops, the wails, the honks, just so I could decipher between a fire truck, ambulance, and police car, and attempt to calm myself. I remember the exact moment my parents stopped attempting to locate me, the exact moment it seemed every siren in Michigan was rushing past me, the exact moment I continued to hear gunshots in the hall, the exact moment I knew I was lost. I remember when I didn't feel anymore, when I was standing shivering yet warm in the exhaust-filled parking lot, finally on the phone with my mom, staring into a gray abyss scattered with flashing lights. But I do not remember you. I do not remember what you were wearing. I do not remember who you were. I do not remember where you came from. I remember the gun, but I do not remember the hand that pulled the trigger. And no matter how hard you try to convince yourself that somewhere out there must be someone who cares, there must be someone who loves you, there must be someone who remembers, you will never be able to, because even you hate yourself. You do not care for yourself, you do not love yourself, and you do not remember yourself. No one has, does, or will ever care for you, love you, nor remember you. You are an uncared for, unloved, and forgotten devil. Your Honor, I am done speaking to this thing. It chose to go down this path. It chose violence when there were so many better options. It chose to take 4 innocent young lives. If it is ever let back out into this world, who knows how many will be added to this list. If it can't be trusted once, how can it be trusted twice? If it gets anything less than a life sentence, the world and I will be in a constant state of fear, waiting for it to strike its next prey.
Thank you for your statements this afternoon.
Thank you.
Next speaker is a minor as well, Judge.
Thank you. The next speaker is also a minor. Thank you. Thank you, and good afternoon to you. You do not have to state your name because you're a minor, but if you wish to state your name, you may. But again, you don't have to. With that, you may proceed with your statement, and good afternoon as well, ma'am.
My name's Ashlyn Sutton, and I'm a senior at Oxford High School. I wasn't physically injured on November 30th, 2021. You can't see my scars, but they are there. I was in the bathroom that day when the defendant emerged from the adjacent bathroom and started his rampage. Moments later, there were 5 girls in the bathroom. 4 walked out ahead of me and headed to class while I stayed back in the bathroom. After hearing the deafening noises, I came out of the bathroom stall to see those 4 girls and others, or I came out of the bathroom to see those 4 girls and others on the ground, bleeding and seemingly lifeless. That was when I realized what was happening and ran back into the bathroom to hide. Alone and terrified, I wiggled the closed-off handicap stall open and crouched behind the toilet in hopes of if someone came in, they wouldn't be able to see me. I called my mother, who stayed on the phone with me for the majority of the time I remained in the bathroom. On this call, I texted my friends that I loved them. After hearing the cries from my classmates outside the bathroom, I decided I had to go out and help. However, a security guard told me to get back in the bathroom. I couldn't hear what was being said on the intercoms, so as the minutes dragged on, I sat with my legs pushed up against my chest, shaking in fear that an active shooter still roamed the halls. Eventually, a plainclothes officer came into the bathroom. He didn't identify himself. I thought he was the shooter, so I did what I was taught and I stayed hidden. His footsteps came closer and closer to the stall that I was in, and suddenly he kicked open the stall door and pointed a gun to my head. I screamed, fell to the ground, and waited for the gun to go off. Instead, he identified himself as a police officer and led me out of the bathroom. He made sure that I did not look to my left as he quickly led me to the back door. I didn't look. I had already seen enough. The relief of realizing he was law enforcement did little to erase the trauma of that moment as I was led out of the bathroom, forever changed. The impact of that day has followed me through every aspect of my existence, casting shadows on what was a life filled with innocence. I was a sophomore and just 15 years old when this happened. Before that day, school was a place of growth and companionship. It was where I was supposed to feel safe, where I was meant to build a foundation for my future. But the events that unfolded and shattered that sense of security and left an undeniable mark on my soul. The emotional and psychological aftermath is an unrelenting torment. Post-traumatic stress disorder has become an unwelcome companion, invading the sanctuary of my mind with flashbacks and anxiety and a profound sense of vulnerability. The simplest of sounds, a door slamming shut, a distant shout, can trigger an overwhelming surge of panic, transporting me back to the terror of that day. Sleepless nights are plagued by vivid nightmares, and the stress and anxiety is often manifested by physical symptoms. Things that were once so simple became so difficult. I couldn't even walk into a public bathroom for months afterwards. Be left home alone for any amount of time, or make it through a school day without experiencing debilitating panic attacks. Relationships with loved ones have been strained as we all navigate the aftermath together. Simple joys are now clouded by the specter of once was, and the path to healing seems never ending. While I am grateful to be alive, the weight of survival is a complex and conflicting emotion.
I feel a responsibility to honor the memory of those who were lost, yet the guilt of living when others did not is a heavy burden that I and others like me must bear. Your Honor, I humbly request relief from the duty that may one day require me to confront the defendant at a parole hearing. It is in my solemn plea that the possibility of parole be denied, ensuring he never has the opportunity to harm another person. As you deliberate on the consequences for the defendant, I implore you to recognize the enduring impact on survivors. Justice is not only about punishment, it is about acknowledging the depth of our pain, the strength it takes to endure, and the resilience required to rebuild shattered lives. Thank you for your time, consideration, and understanding of the profound impact this tragedy has had on my life. As a survivor, I want not only to talk solely of the pain, but also to emphasize the strength that can emerge from a tragedy. In the face of unimaginable pain and loss, I have discovered an inner strength that I never knew existed. It is a strength that has propelled me forward, allowing me to rebuild my life and find purpose amidst the chaos. May our collective experiences serve as a catalyst for a resounding call to address the root cause of senseless violence. Thank you.
Thank you for your statements this afternoon, and your strength definitely shines through your statements this afternoon, so thank you for those statements.
Next speaker is Miss Christina Nunez.
Thank you. Is she a minor?
No.
Thank you. And good afternoon, ma'am. If you could, please state your name for the record.
Yep, I'm Christina Teles-Nunes.
Thank you. You may proceed with your statement.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will be reading on behalf of my younger sister. This is her statement. I'm currently a 17-year-old junior at Oxford High School. I wanted to reach out and share my story in order to make my peers feel less alone and to be an advocate for myself. New to Oxford, I was a freshman when the security of my school was broken. At 15 years old, I was put in a scenario where a classroom of less than 10 students and no teacher had to lock down. The first classroom behind the bathrooms, room 325, had 2 doors and little resources to use. However, as a group, we managed to move a filing cabinet to block the door, gather scissors, textbooks, and any classroom materials we could find in order to defend ourselves. I cried and hid under a desk while I called 911. Those who stayed in the classroom when the gunshots were fired were the students who, like me, responded by freezing in place. I remember sitting under a table, texting my sister, asking her to pick me up. Asking, I don't know if it's a realistic drill, but we heard gunshots and I'm scared. Could you pick me up when this drill is over? I remember writing notes to my family in case something happened to me. They were the first thing on my mind. I remember finding out that night through social media that a sweet girl like Hannah passed away. When I moved to Oxford, I didn't know anyone, but I'll never forget Hannah's kindness as she helped me brainstorm ideas that could help me fundraise for my project. Sweet suggestions of jewelry making and bake sales motivated me to branch out more at school. Her compliments in my math class always made me feel welcome. I owe her so much for making Oxford feel like home. No student should ever have to fear for their safety in school. For months after November 30th, I struggled with sleeping due to the nightmares I would have. I needed outside help for me to sleep. Now, at 17 years old, I still fear for my own safety at school and in public. I always look for the nearest exits in crowded places, and when I get stressed out, I have recurring nightmares of the shooting happening again. In order to move forward, I need to know that he will never have the chance to see my school again. This was an act of terrorism, endangering a crowded public space, instilling fear in a community, and leaving behind many victims who will have to deal with this event for the rest of their lives. The Oxford community is brave and loving. Please consider aiding us in granting the security, closure, and support that we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your statements this afternoon. They're truly appreciated.
Thank you.
The student's uncle who will be reading on his behalf.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. If you could, please state your name for the record.
My name is Jeff Bean.
Thank you. You may go ahead and proceed with the statement.
Thank you. I'm reading today for my niece, Imani Tenorio Penter, who was a junior at Oxford High School in November of 2021. Deputy William Bean has worked at Oakland County Jail for 36 years. He became a second father figure when I was 3 years old. I look up to him every day. And even though he has been a sheriff deputy for this long, I can confidently say that I have never heard a live gunshot until November 30th, 2021. That day was filled with loss. The loss of my best friend, the loss of trust, the loss of my childhood, and the loss of respect for a lot of people. I've been walking around the curb hall at OHS. I passed room 256 and kept going. I was supposed to be in room 242 that day, but instead, I was in 244. I did what an average high school student would do. I stopped in the hallway and talked with my friends before class. That is when I heard something I had never heard in my life. When I heard the second shot fired, I realized what it was, and it was terrifying. I was the last one to enter my classroom door, panicking and shaking. The window that was directly next to my head was shot out as I walked through the doorway. I slammed the door shut, ran into a desk very hard, which left my legs swollen for a couple of weeks. I was in the room with about 20 to 25 other students, no teacher, and a door that was unlocked. I felt fear, but I also felt a need to be strong for the kids in the room. At 12:51, I called 911, and my friend spoke to the operator. I was scared, hurt, in shock, and I could not for the life of me stop shaking. I left that school with nothing but disgust. Like everyone involved, I have my triggers that I must live with every day. I should not have to live with these triggers. I should be proudly in college with no fear that I will be hunted down. But I do have this fear. I am grateful for an amazing family of 5 who I look up to every day and who help me to heal. Sherry, Buck, Trent, Ty, and Tate are and will always be my role models. Tate Muir was killed on November 30th. And what did the Muir family do in the aftermath? They created an organization to help other kids like the shooter, so they have support, so this will never happen again. They are the strongest family I know. Helping others is what we should be doing. But instead, we're here today trying to decide if the shooter should have life in prison with or without a chance of parole. This person should have life in prison with no chance of parole because Tate, Hannah, Justin, and Madison have no chance of going to college, no chance of getting married, no chance of having children, or even simply eating dinner at the table with their families again. I am overwhelmed by the unfairness these 4 families have to suffer through and the 7 who are going through a very long recovery process. The shooter stole something for which I will never be able to forgive him. I also know the shooter wants to see this terrible trauma students, staff, and our community members went through on that day. But what he needs to know is this: our community is way too strong to allow that. So instead, we fight for what is right, we open beautiful gardens, we build and create organizations, we continue to share our art, and we donate organs. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the statements this afternoon. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Next speaker is a minor, Judge.
Thank you. The next speaker is also minor. Thank you. Thank you, and good afternoon. Because you're a minor, you do not have to state your name for the record, but if you want to state your name, you may if you wish. With that, you may go ahead and proceed with your statement. And good afternoon as well, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Grace Viviano. And on this day, November 30th, I was 15. I could not even drive yet. What I was forced to go through and process a tragedy that no one should ever have to go through. And I never thought this would ever happen at my school. After this day, I couldn't sleep for weeks. I had a lot of survivor's guilt and was overall angry. I was angry that this day made a place that I loved to be at, somewhere I felt safe in, somewhere I hated being. I never wanted to step into Oxford High School ever again, but I wasn't going to let him take that away from me. Now whenever I go to other schools or anywhere else, the first thing that I look for is an exit, just in case this were to happen to me again. Just in case I'd have to run for my life again. And for the waste of a human that's sitting in this room with us, love will always win. You will be forgotten in a few years, and the 4 that you selfishly took away from us will live on. In your honor, I hope, because of the terror and disregard for human life, I hope you give him life without parole. Thank you.
Thank you for your statements this afternoon. It showed a lot of strength to be here, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Catherine Waymaster.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. If you could, please state your name for the record.
My name is Catherine Waymaster.
Thank you. With that, you may go ahead and proceed with your statement this afternoon.
Thank you. My name is Catherine Waymaster, but to 2 Oxford High School kids, my name is Mom. Excuse me.
Oh, you're fine, ma'am.
Neither of my children were physically injured on that awful day at Oxford High, so you might ask, why am I giving a statement? Well, victims come in many forms. On November 30th, I drove my daughter Danielle to school. My son, Danny's twin brother, Michael, was not feeling well and stayed home sick that day. I then drove to work about a mile down the road. A few hours later, a co-worker ran up to me and asked if I knew what was happening at the school. Her son had jumped out of a window and wanted her to come get him. In just seconds, our phones blew up with social media alerts. There was a shooting reported. I texted my daughter, "Are you okay?" She replied, "Yes, we're in a lockdown." I said, "Stay calm." She said, "We're in a lockdown?" At that moment, she and her teacher thought it was a drill. I said, "Keep your head. Do what your teacher tells you." She simply replied, "I'm scared." I ran out of work and headed to the school. I arrived in minutes before roads were closed and the bulk of the emergency responders had arrived. The radio announced that a shooter was in custody. But of course, no one knew at that point if there was only one. I watched as hundreds of emergency responders arrived. I watched ambulances unload empty stretchers and leave with full ones. I watched as other parents tried to enter the building and be held back by police. I watched a SWAT team suit up in full gear to enter a building where my daughter was still in. My daughter was in a classroom less than 50 feet away from where the shooting began. She was huddled in a corner with her classmates, holding items to use as weapons in case the shooter came in. My daughter chose to arm herself with the star from the top of the classroom Christmas tree to use as a stabbing device. Let that sink in. We continued to text. My daughter was using her Apple Watch because her phone was across the room in a holder along with all the phones of her classmates. It was by the door. Phones were ringing and buzzing like crazy as parents were trying to connect with their kids. My daughter was in that classroom because she wanted to drop off her backpack before she went to the bathroom. She had just left her friends, Phoebe and Eli. They would walk together almost every day at that time. Had she not detoured, had she stayed with her friends, what would have happened? that weighs heavy on her mind. After some time passed, my daughter's classroom was evacuated. I then drove to meet her at the Myers Garden Center. As I rounded the corner of Oxford Road and Ray Road, I saw hundreds of kids heading to the safe place. Some running, many crying, holding on to each other. It's almost indescribable. I then turned into the store's parking lot. Hundreds and hundreds of parents were there. It was chaotic. By the front door of the store was a classroom of special needs kids. When I saw one boy there, the most innocent of innocents, looking around in utter confusion, I knew at that very moment that true evil had come into our lives. What conversation went on in that home that night, I can't even imagine. As for my daughter, it had always been her dream to become a teacher. Anyone who knows her would tell you she would make a great teacher. On November 30th, that dream stopped. The fear of having a student like the defendant scares her. She thought she knew him. They were in many classes together over the years. She saw no evil brewing in him. She's afraid she will not see evil brewing in students she might have as a teacher in the future. To cope, my daughter packs her days from sunup to sundown with activities. Quiet moments with time to think are hard. In the first few months, we would be up talking till 2 a.m, trying desperately to wrap our heads around why this happened. Being in crowds is difficult for her. The thought of living on a college campus frightens her. Loud, unexpected noises are hard to manage. Sitting in traffic is upsetting because there's no clear exit out of it. She struggles with maintaining concentration to complete tasks, and the list of impacts goes on. Excuse me. Although my son was not in school that day, he too has been deeply affected. He thought of the defendant as a friend. They played video games together in school when they had free time in class. The defendant would help him with homework in class. My son trusted him. My son trusted you. Now my son trusts no one. He keeps to a very small group of friends. He was not a fan of school before the shooting, and now every day is a struggle to get him to even show up. He hates being in that building. He dropped out of sports, moved to some online classes because he doesn't want to be on campus any longer than he needs to. He can't wait to be done and graduated this spring. Mike has decent grades. Imagine what he could accomplish if he actually wanted to be there. My son, like a lot of the boys from Oxford, struggle with controlling anger, and his emotions are extreme. Oxford is a small town community, has a small town community feel. It seems that everyone kind of knows everyone. So many notable things have happened to my circle of friends because of these events, and I'd like to share a few. The kids of Oxford School were forced to leave their belongings in school that day. Hundreds of cars remained in the parking lots because the keys were in the backpacks they left behind. One friend's son held vigil over his dead friend's car so no one would mess with it while it was parked there. At a town vigil, a sound system crackled, sent the crowd running in all directions. A co-worker of mine was trampled and broke her collarbone. I found my kids huddled in fear in the basement of an old building. My friend's daughter refused to go anywhere without a support dog by her side. Another friend of mine had 4 kids in the school at the time. She described her home as a minefield. because she never knew what kid would break down at any given moment. Another friend's daughter desperately wanted to return to school. She would drive there, but she sat in her car in the parking lot for hours, too afraid to go in the door. Sadly, she was not the only one sitting in the car trying to work up the courage to enter. Another friend's son had given the shooter a friendly "what's up" fist bump as they passed each other in the hallway minutes before the shooting began. He's racked with guilt, wondering if he could have stopped it all. Another friend's daughter-in-law was in her second year of teaching when the shooting happened. She quit her job, and she feels like her whole time in college was a waste, as she will never return to teaching. Every student enrolled at the time now has an asterisk on their school transcripts that denote grades or test scores unavailable due to school shooting. Neighboring communities have been so supportive, but that too comes with problems. Every sporting event, every competition, concert, meet, collaboration, get-together began with soft, thoughtful words and moments of silence. Our students would have to try and perform. It was like, "Hey, your friends are dead. So sad. Play ball." How many scholarships were lost? We'll never know. A rift has emerged in this community over how the school is handling things. It's ugly and it's sad. There is a saying, "I hope I don't look like what I've been through." Our kids are desperately trying to act like normal teenagers, yet in the back of their heads, this event taints every moment they try to enjoy. I have a lot of parent friends, and each one of us has one or more children grieving in so many different ways. It's heartbreaking. I feel that each of these kids deserve justice. There were nearly 1,800 students and staff in the building that day, nearly 300 first responders, and hundreds of parents like me all left to pick up the pieces of the defendant's quest for fame. On the count of terrorism, I ask this court to sentence Ethan to the maximum allowed, and I want to thank you for this consideration. After I wrote this statement, my daughter was asked to write an essay at school, and I would like to include the words that she wrote. She had to write a statement of something that changed her mind or changed her perspective, and this is what she wrote. "Since I was a little girl, I've always looked up and wanted to be a teacher. I remember playing in my bedroom with a school desk, making my friends be students, pretending to teach them. I can remember asking my sister to buy me a microphone so I could talk into it just the way that teachers did at school. I've always looked up to my teachers and have always wanted to become one. The way they connected with my peers and myself inspired me to pursue teaching as a degree. Unfortunately, a day came when my whole dream changed. On November 30th, a lone gunman and fellow classmate walked into Oxford High School, and in just a few violent moments, nearly ended my dream. For a long time, I felt isolated and not sure if teaching was the right career for me. I felt I was alone and I would never be able to protect students if I was in the teacher's shoes. I started to explore other degrees, but nothing sparked me the way that teaching always has. I soon realized that I could not let the actions of one troubled individual stifle my passion for teaching. I know I will always have uneasy feelings walking in public spaces, such as schools, malls, movie theaters. This event has left a permanent scar on my mind. But since this time, I have found the love for teaching again. I have shadowed many teachers. I feel that if anything is to occur, I would be able to protect those students rather than anyone else. I have now been accepted to OU for elementary education, and I would not change a word. Thank you.
Thank you. First off, good luck to your daughter at Oakland University. Thank you for your statements this afternoon, as well as the statements of your daughter. I listened very closely, so I truly appreciate that, ma'am.
Thank you.
One moment. Your Honor.
Yes.
Judge, our advocates are going to confirm that nobody else is here to read. A minor student did ask that I read his statement for him.
Thank you. You may proceed.
His initials are E.K. November 30th is a day I will always remember. November 30th completely changed my life. Never in a million years did I think I would be standing here today talking about the impact the school shooting at my school had on me. I shouldn't even need to be here. But on November 30th, that all changed, and that distant thought became my reality, as well as everyone else in the Oxford community. Everyone knows what happened that day, so I won't share anymore, but I will tell you exactly how this boy changed my life. Ever since that day, I have constantly tried to find ways to heal and live with this new reality of life. What is this new reality? This new reality of life all stems back from the events that took place that day. I feel as if I can't live a life without worrying or being afraid of reliving what happened on November 30th. The thoughts of reliving that day haunt me. I think about it all the time, and that is something that shouldn't happen. I'll go to class and I'll constantly look for an exit. I'll be at a party and I watch everyone and not be able to have fun because the constant thought of something going wrong will always be in the back of my mind. Those events took my innocence in a way that I will never be able to get back. I used to be able to have fun and enjoy every moment of everything, but now I struggle to have fun because one individual took that away from me. At times, I hate that I am the way I am. I want to be able to have fun and live a normal college experience. But instead of having fun, I feel like I need to be proactive in case something happens, and I need to protective in case something happens. I need to get my people that I love out. Another big thing that hurts is when I go home from school, I expect to hang out with all of my closest friends from high school. Many of them I can and still do hang out with. However, one of them got taken away from us. And instead of hanging out with him, I hang out with his family and remember him and all of the good times. Or I go sit at his grave. When I'm around anything or anyone that reminds me of Justin, I get overwhelmed, as if he's there with us, but not physically. Even though it feels good to know he's there, it's still the hardest part. On that day, not only did I lose one of my best friends, but I also lost a teammate and one of my mentors. I played football with Tate and was on the verge of quitting, but if it wasn't for him and another teammate, I would have lost so many amazing memories and things I will forever hold. In the locker room, I see how Tate led everybody, and even throughout the school, I strive personally to lead like him. At the time, I was 18. An 18-year-old should never have to experience the events that my community and I experienced. Nobody should, ever. Now, almost 2 years later, I still struggle with the effects and feelings that I developed after that day. As for sentencing, I feel like all of the community wants only one thing, which would be for this boy to be sentenced to life without parole. To end off my impact statement, I just want to say that this is very hard for me. Not because of the person sitting across the room with handcuffs, but because it's hard to relive everything that happened over and over again. I also never wish this pain on anybody else, and I could never imagine how the families feel, and I think about them daily. I love everyone in the community and will never forget. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Case.
Judge, we have no further victim impact statements.
Thank you. With that, counsel, please approach. With that, we're going to take about a 10 to 15 minute break. To those in the gallery, please be seated until the defendant has left the courtroom. As I indicated, when we come back, I will hear from the people, I will hear from the defense at that time, and then the court will give its ruling. With that, deputies, you may take the defendant. Thank you. With that, court stands in recess.
All rise.
Amy, can you just watch the cord? Before I break something and have everybody angry at me. Oh, I think the tables are too close to each other. Way heavier than I thought. Oh, yeah, that is not moving on my ability, so. Do we just leave it here? I don't know, we don't want to stand on top of the judge?
Of course, it isn't going to take much, actually. Yeah, it'll fit. What's the blue wire, though? I don't know what the blue wire is, so I don't want to pull it out. I don't know what the blue wire is. Can you, okay. Is that about, is that good?
I have an extra.
Oh, there it is. I got it.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Your Honor, calling People versus Ethan Crumbley, case number 2022-279-506 FC.
Thank you. Appearances for the record.
Karen McDonald on behalf of the people.
Thank you. Mark Keast on behalf of the people.
Paula Michelle Lofton on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Amy Hopp on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Deborah H. McKelvey on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Thank you. With that, you may all be seated. With that, people, you may proceed with your allocution.
Your Honor, we presented extensive evidence at the Miller hearing. I know the court has read our briefs. I do not intend to make any of those legal arguments here and rely on the testimony and the briefing that we did during that hearing. I do need to address, however, newly additional arguments that the defendant made in his sentencing memorandum, referencing the guidepost report and essentially placing the culpability on the school officials. I want to say that there's not any dispute based on that report and all of the other facts that we know that there were numerous failures on that day by various individuals. But none of those failures diminished defendant's responsibility and the culpability for the decisions that he made up to and during the school shooting. And in arguing that other actors should have done more to intervene and stop him from his own planned, conscious actions, defendant fails to acknowledge that he consciously chose not to reveal his plans and that he, along with his parents, sought to cover up the fact that his parents had just bought him a gun. And finally, all of those were decisions, there were numerous decision points where he had an opportunity to choose another path, had an opportunity to say, I want help, I'm planning on shooting this school up in that office. Despite the failures that occurred that day, I do not believe that it is, I find it hard to stomach that those arguments could be used during these proceedings to somehow take the culpability away from the defendant. The court heard from some of the victims during the Miller hearing. However, as the defense argued and objected numerous times, it was not a victim impact statement. That hearing was indeed not about victims, not about hearing from victims. It was about the defendant and his actions. Your Honor, today was about victims. Today we learned their names, their faces, and we heard their voices. It's been 2 years. 2 years. The statements made here today are just a small portion of the victims, and their statements are only brief, but they reflect hundreds and hundreds of others. I'm not sure if the court is aware, but there were a lot more victims who initially intended to give their oral statements, and as today approached, and even today, decided that wasn't something that they could do, which is further evidence of the trauma. It's impossible to give anyone a realistic description of what the last 2 years have been like for these students, brothers, sisters, teachers, dads, moms. It takes courage to stand before the court in this room and relive the most painful thing that has ever happened to someone. It will take courage and grit every single day for the rest of their lives. We will all go home when this is over. But for these victims, there is no going home because their loved one is not there. And their kids are forever changed, injured, traumatized, and working to get through each day, as you heard every single one of them tell you. There were common themes from these students. They don't trust anyone anymore. They don't trust any place anymore. They don't think they're safe. Some can't sleep. Some have to sleep in their parents' room. There's a deep, deep loss of safety, loss of loved ones. But most importantly, what I heard was they lost themselves. And they're working very hard to find who they were, with the acknowledgement that they will never be the same. And these are people who don't have a scratch on them from that day. Unfortunately, the data and the research support what you heard today. Escaping without a physical harm, we know, for hundreds and thousands of children and educators who survive these tragedies carried out, leave scars for years to come. And the research is abundant that there is long-term detrimental impact of such childhood trauma on a person's mental and physical health and their ability to function throughout the rest of their life. The terrorism conviction and charge gives these students and parents a voice, and I thank you for hearing it. We also heard from the parents and family members who had their loved ones murdered that day, and we also heard from students and a teacher who were physically injured that day. And they were brave, and they told you a lot. But here's what they didn't tell you. Steve St. Juliana did not tell you about getting a call from me on December 1st, telling him about the charges that were being issued for the murder of his daughter when he was still trying to process that she was gone. Rob Baldwin, Madison's father, did not come here to tell you that he also got that same call and told myself and Mark that he had just been picking out a casket for his daughter, and that no matter what he cared about most and hoped most was that Madison was not in fear when she was killed. Craig Schilling did not tell you that when we first met with him, he sat in silence and could barely utter 10 words, and this was weeks after the shooting. Jill Suave, Justin's mother, did not tell you what it felt like to just a few months ago be given the sweatshirt Justin was wearing that day and being grateful she had it, even if it had his blood still on it. Molly Darnell did not say that when we first met her, she said how hard it was to even come to our office because it was on the same grounds as the jail where the shooter was. Buck and Sherry Meir didn't tell you what it was like to finally hear during the Miller hearing what their son's last few minutes in this world were like when they heard Christy Gibson Marshall say she stayed with him, she talked to him, she told him he was loved. Nicole, Madison's mother, did not tell you that over a year ago she had the courage to come into our office and watch the video of Madison's last moments, though most of her support system told her not to. She did not say that watching her dear Madison crouched down against the wall with her hands over her head in terror as the shooter walked to her and shot her at close range, that it was like losing Madison all over again. Or when she asked to see the footage of just before the shooting 3 times and asked us to stop the image, holding her hands up to the screen, trying to memorize the way Madison's ponytail looked and the clothes she was wearing that day. Keegan did not share that the first time we met him was 2 years ago at his home. He was a foot shorter and at least 20 pounds less. He was wearing a hoodie and he wouldn't make eye contact. He seemed to be visibly shrinking from what had happened in that bathroom. In the 2 years that we have known him, he didn't stay in that same place. In fact, he refused to shrink. He grew, and he is stronger, which is remarkable given what we have asked of him, particularly in his testimony in the Miller hearing. We have been poring over these images and pictures and evidence for 2 years. We have watched and listened and provided support and communication the best we could to hundreds of these victims. The sheer force of the destruction, violence, trauma, and murder that the shooter caused that day did not stop at the doorway of Oxford High School. As you heard from so many students and parents, it was carried through the doors and out into the community. To every person who witnessed it, got a text from their child tried to assist or help. It went into their bedrooms and their homes, and it will be carried with them for the rest of their lives. The shockwaves that we have had a front row seat to these past 2 years as prosecutors and victim advocates, it is indescribable. Indescribable. They've endured the hearings, the media reports, the delays, the appeals, more threats. They've been told that they weren't entitled to information about how this could happen at their school. They've watched us all diligently and thoroughly protect the due process rights of this shooter, which is critical, but also seemed unfair to them. They have had to take a back seat while lawyers, judges, school board members, commentators, and experts discuss what happened there as if they can somehow understand. We cannot understand. We do not understand. But we can give them the grace and dignity they deserve by listening today. And I thank the court for allowing that. And though I acknowledge, Your Honor, the great weight of the burden upon this court today, I urge you to also give them the justice they deserve. I ask that you sentence the defendant to life without parole. Thank you.
Thank you. Defense?
Yes, Your Honor, we'll start with the legal guardian ad litem, Ms. McKelvey.
Thank you. Ms. McKelvey?
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Your Honor, approximately 2 years ago, I was appointed as Ethan's lawyer guardian ad litem because of the situation with his parents. I have been in a unique situation in the sense that I have gotten to know him as an individual from that day forward. Unfortunately, everyone, or almost everyone here, only knows him from the incident backwards. And we've heard some, he's a monster, he's trash. I have to tell you that he is a life. He is a human being. He is a person. And as an appointed attorney for the last 33 years, one of the things that I've learned through that practice is no matter what a defendant has done, they are a human being. They deserve respect. They deserve representation. But I don't lose track of the fact that they are a human being. And he is one. He was 15 years old when this occurred. I don't believe anyone on the defense side, including Ethan, has diminished the act that he did. No one. He has never diminished that. He chose to plead, and here we are for sentencing. He did not want anyone to have to go through any more than they have to. But he is not the same person that he was then. I have discovered that he is a bright young man. He is an artist. He is an historian. And there have been days where I have been oblivious of the fact that I have sat in the little cell in I Block for 3 hours just talking to him. As the court knows, the jail is not designed for juveniles, so it's a very isolating experience. And so my role was more to keep him company, to not have him feel so isolated, to make sure that the needs he has, as every other individual who is housed at the Oakland County Jail has, and that they are being met. But his life is salvageable. His life is rehabilitatable. There was a book that I know was referenced during these proceedings, and I believe in the parents' proceeding as well. And it is written by Gillian Peterson and James Densley, both PhDs. And the book, the title is The Violence Project. And there was an interesting few sentences in there that struck me when I read it. They equated someone in crisis like a balloon full to bursting. When a balloon is inflated and stress or tension is applied, stretching the body over the air, the bigger the balloon gets, the more likely it is to pop. A fully inflated balloon becomes so fragile that it must be handled carefully or it will break. Prosecutor McDonald said there was a lot of failures here. It doesn't diminish what he did, but there were a lot of failures that someone could have deflated that balloon a bit, that could have potentially prevented this incident of occurring and us being here today facing the decision that you have to make. But to me, his life is worth salvaging. His life is worth rehabilitating. And as I know the court knows, all the lawyers in this room knows, that you have to fashion a sentence that is punishment, deterrence, protection, retribution, and rehabilitation. And if you look at him as a human being who is salvageable, who is rehabilitatable, then life in prison without parole is not the appropriate sentence. I have always been impacted by Brian Stevenson, who is the author of Just Mercy, A Story of Justice and Redemption, when he says, each of us is more than the worst thing that we have ever done. And I know everybody who spoke today probably cannot see that in Ethan, but his life is worth more than the worst thing he did, and what he did is probably the worst thing that anybody could do on the face of the earth. But I care about him, I know his team cares about him, and his life is worth not life in prison without parole, but is worth a term of years. And I ask you to sentence him to a term of years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKelvey. Ms. Lofton?
Ms. Hopp will go next.
Thank you. Very briefly, Ms. Hopp, because I know that you all, I don't want your arguments to overlap, and so I'll listen to arguments, but go ahead, Ms. Hopp.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
My purpose in speaking today is to address two specific issues. First is the issue of making bombs for Hitler. I first became aware of this book because of media reports. As recently as Your Honor's opinion has mentioned this book because it was Ethan's favorite book. This book is published by Scholastic Publications, which, as Your Honor probably knows, and many people in this room do know, Scholastic is an organization, a company that specifically provides books to schools. They provide them to students in schools through those little newsprint flyers that come home once a month, once every other month, for parents to buy books for their children. They run book fairs in schools. They provide opportunities for teachers to buy their books to have in the classrooms. This book is about 200 pages. I've read it twice now. The age group that this book is geared toward is 9 to 12 years old. This is not, despite the title, and that's kind of why I'm addressing this book, it's not a pro-Hitler, pro-Nazi book. It's not a how-to on how to make bombs or anything of that sort. What this is a book based on the real-life stories of, in this particular case, a Ukrainian person who during World War II was kidnapped at the age of 9 and enslaved by the Nazis. These stories came to light after the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991. Ethan loves history. This book is about the 9-year-old main character who once was kidnapped, was thought of as a useless person because of her age by the Nazis who took her. She went on to arrive at the first work camp where she was enslaved, to be treated as, referred to, and called as subhuman solely because of her ethnicity, being Eastern European. It follows her as she worked in the very brutal slave labor camps, as first in the laundry, then because of her, and I use quotes for these, deft tiny hands, attention to detail, and patience, was moved to the metal works building of that work camp. At the metal works building of that camp, they prepared the bombs that the Nazis used. Her specific job was to load those metal bombs with gunpowder. She and the 5 other girls, because they were all maybe 15, 13, 11, 9 years old, came up with the idea of replacing the gunpowder with the dirt around their work facility in order to purposely sabotage the bombs of the Nazis, because they were anti-Nazis. They were hoping for the day when the Allies would free them not only from Hitler, but from Stalin and his force or influence over the Ukrainian citizens. This is one book in a set of 3, each from a different perspective. This particular young lady had a younger sister whose life was very different. At the end, when the war was over, this book, as well as the second book, who's about a friend of hers from the camps, talk about going from camp to camp, looking to reunite families, and how they did that with messages. It also indicates that they weren't able to successfully return to their country of Ukraine or Russia, because under Russian law, at that point, Stalin considered them Nazis because they had worked in these enforced, enslaved labor camps. It's actually a very captivating series, and even as an adult, I enjoyed it. And I'll disclose I have a major in history, so history is also close to my heart. I can definitely see why, as somebody who enjoys history, Ethan would have liked this book. And again, because the title is so misleading about the contents of the book, I thought that was important to bring to the court's attention. Secondly, and I'm not going to detail or go over again the testimony of Dr. Romanowski from the Miller hearing, but I do want to talk about our prison system very briefly. The goal of our prison system is punishment and rehabilitation, and we know that because there are cells with doors that lock, but there are also programs. There are education opportunities, employment skills programs, job training programs, counseling programs, and even programs geared toward re-entry into society. There is a parole system, which Dr. Romanowski talked about, and I want to fill in a couple of blanks there. If given a term of years, which I am asking the court to do, Ethan would be eligible at the minimum number of years for parole. There is a board that would review his eligibility. Part of what they look at is a worksheet that includes all of the crimes he's committed, all of the programming he's participated in, and the extent to which he participated. It takes into account tickets and discipline that he incurred, if any, in the system, his mental health, And they also calculate the statistical risk of reoffending. This is all brought down to a number which tells them what risk Ethan or any other defendant in the prison system has of reoffending, low, medium, or high. And that's part of the basis of the parole board's decision. The other part depends on input from the prosecutor's office, input from victims and victims' families, an interview with the defendant, him or herself. The decisions of the parole board at one time used to be appealable. If parole is denied, the inmate can no longer appeal that decision. If parole is granted, however, the prosecutor's office has the opportunity to appeal that decision. The parole board is a specific group of individuals with expertise in parole. If a defendant or if Ethan has not been rehabilitated, parole is denied. And as Dr. Romanowski testified, in a situation such as Ethan's, it would be denied for probably a period of 5 years. There could be a situation where, depending on Ethan's participation, that he may be eligible for parole within the lower numbers if he were given a term of years. It could also be a situation where, depending on the parole board, he would not until he hit the maximum period sentence under a term of years. Considering the period that is currently under law, 60 years, plus the 2 years he would have to do as a felon using a firearm in the commission of the felony, he could be in prison for 62 years under the term of years Your Honor has as an opportunity or an option to impose today. That would put him at around age 77. So even a term of years is a very, very lengthy sentence and may likely be a life sentence. But what it does do is give Ethan the opportunity to demonstrate to everyone that he can be rehabilitated, that he is redeemable, and that he can make amends and contribute in a positive way to society upon his release. I join the comments made by Ms. McKelvey, as well as I'm sure those that Ms. Lofton will make. The Ethan I met 2 years ago is not the Ethan that sits here today for sentencing. He has made remarkable progress in addressing his issues. That's not to say he doesn't have a ways to go, because he does. But that's to say he's demonstrated that he can change himself for the better. And for those reasons, I ask Your Honor to consider a term of years as opposed to life without parole.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman.
Thank you. Your Honor, nothing that I discuss is meant to be an attempt to take away from the pain and loss that we just heard about. The pain is palpable, it is real, and I don't mean to invalidate that with my comments. But as Ethan's defense attorney, my job is to tell this court what I know about Ethan and what I believe the sentence should be. We submitted a lengthy sentencing memorandum, and I know the court takes time to review all that, so I'm not going to repeat everything. But due to the gravity of this decision that the court will make, I want to highlight a few things. I would first like the court to know that Ethan is supported today by his aunt who came in from out of state. Also, a number of juvenile lifers were here this morning, but had to return back to work. I know that the court reviewed the letters that we submitted, and we ask that you continue to consider those prior to sentencing. I first met Ethan on December 4th of 2021. That day, I met a broken, an extremely sad and hopeless kid. He didn't look up. He didn't make eye contact. He barely spoke. In the first few months, I wasn't sure that we would actually make it to sentencing. He was depressed and still suffering from the mental illness that he came in with. After being arrested, he never saw the news or social media or the vigils that were held. He committed these acts and then was locked in a vacuum. When we had the initial placement hearing, it was the first time that he experienced the anger of his community and the pain that he caused. He did not take that lightly. Over the last 2 years, I have watched him go through all of the stages of grief. Ethan has never bragged about what he did. Ethan dreaded in court hearings because, unlike what has been said about him and what he wrote in that journal, he doesn't like attention. After being on medication and seeing a psychiatrist for 2 years, after having upwards of 175 visits with me, visits from Ms. Hopp and Ms. McKelvey, after talking to his aunt weekly, reading the Bible, reading novels, and spending so much time in solitary confinement, he is a different person. He has already made so many changes, and he is remorseful. He has been able to keep out the dark voices and thoughts. He sees the wrongs in his thinking and his actions. He has hope for the first time. He tries to be better every single day, and I am confident that he will continue to do that in the Michigan Department of Corrections, whatever your Honor's sentence may be. At the Miller hearing, the prosecutor introduced internet searches that Ethan made concerning punishment in Michigan. They also showed parts of his journal where he talks about a life in prison. Just because Ethan looked up what a life sentence is or what the punishment is for killing people does not mean that is the appropriate sentence under the law and under the facts that we are operating with. Would a healthy 15-year-old be okay with going to jail and prison for the rest of their life? Absolutely not. The fact that he even researched what his sentence could be and then still went forward with his actions only further shows how depressed and mentally ill he truly was. I want to talk a little bit about the journal. When you read Ethan's journal and you compare it to the notes from Dr. Anaker that we attached in our sentencing memorandum or the report of Dr. King, it sounds like a completely different person. And after meeting with Ethan for over 2 years, I now understand that the journal was the worst of the worst. It was an exaggeration of his thoughts. It was a place where he could say anything and there was no judgment. It was a sounding board without reverberation. He could make himself sound scary. He could make himself out to be a person that would be remembered. How do we know this to be true? We can look at the internet searches leading up to November 30th. We can also look at the step-by-step description of what was going on in his head that he gave Dr. Anaker. A few examples of the searches within a week or two of November 30th. Should you do something that scares you? What happens if you have depression and anxiety? What causes mental illness? Can you get in trouble for not doing homework? Am I a sociopath? Can hormones make you have bad thoughts? How to tell your doctor that you have depression? Can a therapist tell your parents? How to tell your parents you have depression? He was still trying to figure out what was going on with him. He acknowledged that something wasn't right, but he did not have the support or the connections with adults that could help him. So while just reading the journal and listening to his video the night before could leave you with the impression that this was a master plan that had been crafted for weeks without hesitation, I don't think the other evidence supports that. He struggled with his actions until the moment he came out of that bathroom. I want to touch briefly on the guidepost report, and I have never said that that report diminishes Ethan's culpability. Ethan pled guilty, not even no contest, and wanted to move directly to sentencing. Dr. Colin King, in his detailed report and while testifying, discussed implicit bias as a reason that the school acted in such a manner when dealing with Ethan. He came to this conclusion because nothing made sense about Ethan being sent back to class. We obviously, at that time, at the time of the Miller hearing, we were not privy to the inner workings of the district. But the guidepost evaluation and report goes so much deeper than the rationale of implicit bias. The report says the school failed Ethan. The report found that the school should have conducted both a threat assessment and a suicide intervention assessment in light of Ethan's conduct, and he should not have been sent back to class. The report says they had a student with recent mental health concerns raised by a teacher who previously had mostly flown under the radar at a big school with poor grades, fair attendance, and no serious discipline history. A student who now on back-to-back occasions violates school policy, first by viewing bullets, and then by watching a video of a guy gunning people down. That raises a serious red flag. It's not a close call. Ethan's concerning behaviors and statements at the very least might suggest physical violence or a threatening situation. So why is this relevant in this case and at this stage? Again, this report is not offered as an excuse or justification. This report is not offered to minimize the gravity, but we argue that this report, combined with the other things that we have mentioned, should persuade this court to a sentence of a term of years. If the professionals didn't recognize that he was on the precipice of a crisis, how do we then expect a mentally ill 15-year-old kid to be able to recognize that he was spiraling and come right out and ask for help? How can we expect a 15-year-old boy to tell a counselor that he had no relationship with his deepest, darkest secrets, the thoughts that took over his mind? Finally, I want to discuss rehabilitation. Montgomery versus Louisiana. While a sentencing court might encounter the rare juvenile offender who exhibits such irretrievable depravity that rehabilitation is impossible, and life without the possibility of parole is justified, this penalty will be uncommon because of children's diminished culpability and heightened capacity for change. When there is no evidence that the defendant could not be rehabilitated, there is no reason to conclude that the defendant, like the great majority of youth, lacks the capacity to change and mature. People versus Taylor. No one has a crystal ball. And while it's impossible to say that Ethan will be able to be rehabilitated and be a productive member of society worthy of release, it will not be impossible to make that determination with decades of daily records of his behavior and human interaction. The parole board can evaluate everything that you do not have at this point to determine if he is rehabilitated. If you give Ethan a term of years, he will have to prove himself every single day. In my sentencing memorandum, I attached triumph reports from Sato that highlighted a number of juvenile lifers that were released under Miller. I also attached a number of letters from those same individuals who are supporting Ethan. In each of those cases, 20 to 30 years ago, a judge told them that they couldn't change, that they were irreparably corrupt, and they were wrong. Many of those individuals had no idea that the law would ever change or that they would get another chance to be released into society. Even knowing that, they did good things in prison. They took classes. They stayed out of trouble. They became better people. And when the laws changed and the court found that they could be released, they became productive members of society. Rehabilitation is possible, and those people are living proof. We are looking at the ability to be rehabilitated. We need not actually prove that complete rehabilitation has happened. He has participated each week in therapy and is on medication by his own choice. He has taken those initial steps to change. Ethan Crumbley is not the rare juvenile offender who exhibit such irretrievable depravity that rehabilitation is impossible and life without parole is justified. Your Honor, we ask that you sentence Ethan Crumbley to a term of years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Loughlin. With that, Mr. Crumbley, is there anything you would like to state before I pass sentence?
Your Honor, may he stand?
Yes, you may. Thank you. You may proceed.
I'd like to thank you for letting me speak, Your Honor. We are all here because of me today, of what I did. My actions were because of what I chose to do. I could not stop myself, but I am the one who led to why we are here today. I do not diminish any ability to anyone who could have stopped me, of anyone of a school or parents. They did not know, and I did not tell them what I planned to do, so they are not at fault of what I've done. I am a really bad person. I have done terrible things that no one should ever do. I have lied, been not trustworthy. I've hurt many people, and that's what I've done, and I'm not denying it, but that's not who I plan on to be. Whatever sentence it is, I do plan to be better than I am. I don't know if you'll believe that, but records of 15, 20, 25 years can show that I will change. Because it may not show it now with only 2 years of records, but I am trying. And all I want is for the people I hurt to just have a final sense of culpability, that justice has somewhat been served in any capacity that they can recognize it with. Any sentence that they ask for, I ask that you do impose it on me, because I want them to be happy, and I want them to feel secure and safe, and I do not want them to worry another day. Because I really am sorry for what I've done, for what I've taken of them. I cannot give it back, but I can try my best in the future to help other people, and that is what I will do. So, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. With that, this court has listened to extensive evidence in this case. I heard 4 days of testimony from the Miller hearing. I presided over numerous placement hearings. I conducted the initial placement hearing in this case, and so the court is fully aware of the defendant's upbringing. I'm fully aware of the circumstances that brought him before the court. First, to the victims of the deceased, the court sends out its sincerest condolences to their family. To the injured victims and to those victims as it relates to count 1, terrorism causing death, thank you for your courage and strength in speaking today, as well as sending written correspondence. As counsel has pointed out, the court has read everything that you've submitted. I've read the defendant's sentencing memorandum. I've read the people's response thereto. I've read all of the exhibits that were attached, and I've read every single victim impact statement over the course of 3 days. Probably took me closer to 36 hours to read all of this, and so I've read everything and have gone back through the complete file. The letters truly gave the court a sliver of insight into the unique and amazing personalities of Justin, Hannah, Tate, and Madison. The court cannot begin to imagine the fear that the parents of those students at Oxford High School had on November 30th, 2021. I cannot even begin to fathom. To have to wait and mire to see if your loved one would return is heart-wrenching, and that's true terror. And not to have your loved one show up at Mire, the court could not imagine the pain. I know that whatever sentence the court imposes will not bring your loved one back or cure the mental anguish or lifelong physical scars that some of you have. But I hope that this sentence does allow you to close one chapter in your life. I also want to thank law enforcement that responded that day, because I know this has not been easy on them as well. As previously stated, the court has read defendant's sentencing memorandum and the people's response. Again, defense argues that the defendant should receive a term of years because of defendant's alleged mental illness. Defendants cite People v. Bennett 335 Mich. at 409, a 2021 case. The court notes that it is not saying because the defendant may be mentally ill that automatically means he's irreparably corrupt. What the court notes is that he has an obsession with violence, that this act involved extensive planning, extensive research, and he executed on every last one of the things that he planned. As the court stated in its written opinion and order regarding the Miller hearing, defendant's alleged mental illness did not interfere with his ability to extensively plan for months. His actions, nor did it interfere with his ability to execute those plans. This started with him asking for a better gun to conduct the school shooting. He had initially a .22 caliber weapon that he wrote would not do enough damage. And so weeks and weeks prior to this offense, he started to formulate this plan and knew and asked for the weapon that he could cause the most harm with. As counsel is aware, the goals of sentencing do not only involve and he himself is not asking this court for a term of years. The court cannot underscore defendant's extensive planning and execution in this case enough. He practiced shooting at a gun range. He practiced racking and unracking the gun. And on November 30th, 2021, he could have chosen not to conduct the school shooting. When his parents were called to the school on that morning for his drawings, he could have said something then. He had a gun in his backpack at that time. When the school counselor advised the parents to please get him help within the next 48 hours, he could have stopped then and simply accepted the help that was going to be offered for him. Because according to the reports, his mother said that she'd get him the help. He could have changed his mind. Unfortunately, after shooting the first person, Phoebe Arthur, he could have changed his mind at that point. But he didn't. He continued to walk through the school, picking and choosing who was going to die. As the defendant said in his own words, this is nobody's fault but his own. He stated this afternoon that with help, that probably would not have stopped him. That is absolutely concerning to this court. The court apologizes to the victim for the bluntness, but defendant shot and killed Justin Schilling at point-blank range after having him get down on his knees in front of another student. He shot Hannah, who was already shot once before. He went up to her to finish the job by shooting her again. That is an execution. That is torture. He shot most people multiple times. And as he wrote, he did this for notoriety. And he wanted to go down in history as the biggest school shooter in Michigan history. The court cannot ignore the deep trauma defendant caused to the state of Michigan, but in particular the Oxford community. The court simply cannot ignore that. The court notes that teachers and students returned to Oxford High School after this tragic event. The The court cannot even fathom or imagine walking through the halls of that school knowing that your fellow student, your friend, your classmate was killed in a restroom or in the hallway. Most, if not all, of the letters that I read advised the court that there are a significant number of people in Oxford that now have PTSD, that now have survivor's guilt, and deep depression that arose from this incident. Defendant's actions clearly created a new normal for all of the individuals involved, and all of those indirectly impacted as well. Unfortunately, this is what the defendant wanted, as he wrote in his journal. He wanted to see the impact of his crime, which is why he did not take his own life. Again, this goes back to the defendant's extensive planning. He chose not to die on that day because he wanted the notoriety. The terror that he caused in the state of Michigan and in Oxford is a true act of terrorism. Respectfully, defendant is the rare juvenile before this court. The court, having read the PSI and being fully familiar, but before I get that, I will also note that counsel brought up an issue of making bombs for Hitler. The court, that does not change the court's opinion about the defendant's obsession with violence. I thank Ms. Hopp for bringing that to my attention, but it still does not change the court's opinion about him being obsessed with violence, because his obsession was also outlined in the websites that he visited. His obsession was also outlined in his extensive drawings of violence. And his obsession continued, as I noted in the court's opinion in order, even while he was in the Oakland County Jail. With that, the court, having read the PSI and being fully familiar with the defendant and the underlying facts of this case, believes that it is in the best interest of justice as well as proportionate to the needs of this case to sentence defendant as follows. As it relates to docket 2022-279-506-FC, count 1, terrorism causing death, sentence of the court is that defendant shall serve life without the possibility of parole, credit for 8 days served. Counts 2 through 5, homicide, first degree, premeditated murder, juvenile defendant. Sentence of the court is that defendant shall serve the rest of his life without the possibility of parole with the Michigan Department of Corrections, credit for 8 days served. On counts 6 through 12, assault with intent to murder. On each of the counts, defendant is sentenced to 18 years and 9 months to 80 years with the Michigan Department of Corrections, credit for 8 days served. On counts 13 through 24, those being felony firearm, defendant is sentenced to 2 years with the Michigan Department of Corrections on each of those counts with credit for 730 days served. Counts 1 through 12 are concurrent to each other, and counts 13 through 24 are concurrent to each other. Count 1 is consecutive to count 13, count 2 is consecutive to count 14, count 3 is consecutive to count 15, count 4 is consecutive to count 16, count 5 is consecutive to count 17, count 6 is consecutive to count 18, count 7 is consecutive to count 19, count 8 is consecutive to count 20, count 9 is consecutive to count 21, count 10 is consecutive to count 22, count 11 is consecutive to 23, and count 12 is consecutive to count 24. All of those consecutive counts are by reason of the felony firearm statute. Is there a challenge to restitution here?
There is not, Your Honor.
Thank you. Restitution will be set in the amount of $20,781. State costs will be set in the amount of $1,632. You are not to have any contact with Oxford High School or enter Oxford High School. You are not to have any contact whatsoever with the families of Madison Baldwin, Tate Meyer, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling. Also, you are not to have any contact with the following victims or their families, that being Phoebe Arthur, John Osito, Molly Darnell, Riley France, Elijah Mueller, Kylie Osage, Aiden Watson, and Keegan Gregory. And I will note that restitution is payable to the Crime Victims' Right Compensation Program. With that, Michigan Department of Corrections, did I miss anything?
Your Honor, may I ask the court to order 130 crime victims fee, $60 DNA cost, and DNA testing?
Thank you. DNA cost is $60, Crime Victims' Right fee at $130. Did I miss anything else?
DNA testing, Your Honor.
DNA testing is hereby ordered. Thank you. With that, Mr. Crumbley, you are entitled to file an application for leave to appeal. If you are financially unable to retain a lawyer, the court will appoint a lawyer to represent you on appeal. The request for a lawyer must be filed within 42 days after sentencing. Your attorney is going to be handing you an appellate rights form, sir. Do you acknowledge receipt of the appellate rights form?
Your Honor, I have tendered that to my client. He has signed it, and I will tender it to the court.
Thank you very much. With that, counsel, anything else for the record?
Not from people, thank you.
Nothing from defense. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. With that, deputies, you may take Mr. Crumbley. To those in the gallery, please be seated until he is exited. With that, thank you all. The court will stand in recess.
All rise.